Got rolling a little late. That is pretty much all my fault
Oh, I know.
because no, it was like about 8 o'clock and I laid down on the couch and I was like, oh, I'll just lay here and listen to some music and then so out like a light.
I got
It is the 20th of September in the year of our Lord 2023. So this is the weekly Alaboom. How you been, Bear?
all right, Chris. Can't complain.
You know, I'm
Yeah.
sure you could. I'm sure you could dig up a grievance if you wanted to.
Oh, I'm sure I could. Had a
Nothing
medical,
annoying.
had a medical procedure.
Oh yeah, I saw. How'd that go?
It's all right. It was. I went through a little bit of mental shit beforehand, but other than that, it was fine. Yeah, I never like when they put you out. It's I don't like that. Just closing your eyes and waking up and time passed.
No, I agree. And I will agree all day long. Being uh yeah, knocked out without you know without just without the wherewithal or what have you. But um that's not fun. I don't like not being able to. When I mean um I've only ever had like when I got my wisdom teeth out, I got knocked out for that.
Yeah,
And there was something
I
else
still
too
got
where
mine.
pretty low anesthesia, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the
Um
Twilight stuff I don't mind. It's that when they knock you out completely.
yeah, no, I mean, but I remember too, like they were like, oh yeah, you should just try to keep yourself awake as long as possible or something. They said that, and I remember I was like, yeah, and like, the anesthesiologist, okay, well, just come back from 100, and you get to like 96, and you're just
Yeah.
like, well, that's awful. So I just, yeah. I
I
don't know.
did go to my local game store this week.
Oh
Last week.
yeah,
Yeah.
Did you pick up anything?
Yeah, I got the expansion to uh Isle of Sky. Um which I surprised you have a hard time finding. That's actually why I went in there. I got all the expansions for Carcassonne for Gen, the big box ones, but you can't find the seventh one. So I figured I go in there. Maybe they have them, in stock. They didn't, but I did see Isle of Sky was there.
Heard Ferguson is here. It's a funny
Oh,
name. It's a funny name.
Funny name.
yes.
Yeah.
Hey, it
Anthony.
was like 3 or 4 days ago was the anniversary of his passing.
I know. That's why I put it in there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I saw that and I was like, ah, dang it. And then one of my favorite one of his favorite and then like because I usually post jokes, Norm Macdonald jokes around that same time, and when he and if you go to Norm jokes, it's a random Norm Macdonald joke. You just hit the button and it'll give you a random Norm Macdonald joke. But I mean, but it was like I was trapped in a deserted island for 3 years, and I got to tell you, those 5 albums I brought with me didn't do me a damn bit of good. Just one of my all-time favorites. But whatever. Anyway, your procedure. Sorry, Barry.
No, and they just stuck something up my ass. I went to sleep, woke up, it was over.
It's like a Friday night.
Yeah. The day before was a pain, literally pain in the ass. The prep thing that was.
Well, don't you get the drink and then you
and drink and drink and drink.
Yeah, and then
just two-step or one-step drinking.
Two.
Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah. Yeah, think you're
I would have
done.
preferred
and here it
one
comes
where you don't have to
again.
wake up at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or whatever the hell the timing was.
Yeah.
It was not fun.
Yeah, but other than that, like I said, I went through some mental shit from the previous shit before in the beginning. Once I got over that, I was all right. Just laying in that room. I was back in the triage or whatever they call it for about an hour before. Yeah, so I had some flashbacks of being in the hospital before. But after I got over that, it's fine. I walked out of the hospital, Scott, unlike you, in a wheelchair.
I walked out. I walked out when I had my. The second time I did not have. I was in a wheelchair.
Oh, the other thing. I'm
Or
sorry.
the first time the first time I was in a wheelchair. Second time I was walking. Yeah, that sucked. Let's not do that again.
Yeah, they found a couple polyps. They said, and I have an internal hemorrhoid and diverticulitis. So,
Oh boy, diverticulitis. That ain't fun.
it is what it is. I knew I had some gut issues.
You have pain? That's like
Nah.
a serious thing.
No, not really. I have gut issues, but I think with all the medications over the years, like I know I had ulcers at one time. I don't know if I still do. So it's yeah.
Huh.
The pain.
Diverticulitis is the thing that almost killed Brock Lesnar. Like he had it like a severe.
Yeah, no, it's a
case of it.
serious thing, man. I mean, I bet they. How I don't understand that. How do they say you have it? But
I didn't follow up with my doctor. She's just going through the guy.
you're just going through the checklist at the end of it.
Yeah.
Huh.
I see my doctor tomorrow, but he probably won't get the results for a couple of, at least a couple of days.
I wonder if you have just some inflammation or something.
It could be. Yeah. I'm not really too worried about it until it becomes a problem.
Mike was in the hospital for days, multiple days to deal with the diverticulitis with no eating. So it was like no solid food at all, like nothing.
Yeah.
For like days.
Yeah, but
Anyway, all right.
moving on.
Health
Wasn't
stuff's
that
great.
that's such cheerful things to talk
Yeah.
about?
We're all getting old now. All we do is talk about.
Oh, I
these
know. That's
problems.
what we gotta sit around. And
Believe
we
me,
just gotta-
I was always making fun of people that were like, "Oh, are you talking about his old shit?"
What do you mean? I'm only
I'm old.
45. What the fuck?
Feeling it.
Yeah,
I guess if you have it, I guess it can be mild.
Yeah. With this,
I've only heard of the very serious cases that where you like get put in the hospital for many days.
This is the
Well,
first
yeah,
time I got one.
it's-
Yeah.
I mean, everything is in like levels. Like
Yeah.
of
It's all levels.
My dad's wife. I mean, I don't know why. I guess she's technically my stepmom. I've never considered
Your
her
stepmother?
stepmom. Yeah, my stepmom. Like, I remember when, like, I was like in junior high and she got diagnosed with MS, and everyone was like,
Yeah.
"Oh my gosh!" And then, like, she's, she and my dad are walking around Italy right now. She's
So it's managed.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
so she's God, what is she? 68. I mean, if I remember, if I'm
That's not
figuring
that
out
old.
the numbers.
No.
No, it's not that old, but I mean, but she was diagnosed with it like in her late 20s. So it's just kind of like it's all.
So your stepmom's only 18 years older than you?
My dad remarried.
I guess you married a younger woman.
Yeah, she was
Way
12
young.
She's 12 years younger than him. So.
Mm.
Good for
And,
him.
well, my wife is 15 years younger than me. So.
True love. Thank you for
Um,
sending me those boxes of Malamars there, Barry. I've already eaten like 4 of them.
Did they melt?
Nope, they didn't melt. It's actually not too hot here right now. I mean, if you had
Okay.
sent them like a week ago or 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
they would be toast.
You
Yeah,
weirdos.
'cause it was like
and
well
your
over 100, but
Malamar
it was
season.
Only 80.
I
What's
don't
that?
like them, Lance, so I don't. I
They're
don't like
pretty sweet.
marshmallow.
Honestly, they're a lot sweeter, and I feel like the chocolate. I wish the chocolate was a little more milk. It's like quite dark.
Is it
Yeah,
dark?
they're tasty.
I had one Malamar ever, and but no, just like meh.
I thought they were good though.
Yeah,
I
you
will
can't
eat-
eat a
I
whole
will
bunch
eat
of
all
them,
of
though.
them. What's that?
You can't eat a whole bunch of them. That's what makes them great.
Oh, I can eat them. Don't.
no,
say-
I'm telling you, you could.
You won't. You don't want to eat a whole bunch
You
of them.
could, but you would know really soon after you had the one too many,
Yeah.
had too much.
Yeah, they definitely have like they're like a sugar bomb.
Yeah.
They're ways like I feel like I've had a similar type thing. Not that as
They're almost less of a cookie when you have them
no, yeah,
than
the cookie is very nothing.
than like a chocolate, like
Yeah,
a
it's more like a
Stover's
candy.
type thing.
Yeah, it's more of a candy than a cookie.
Yeah. So I'm drinking what may be the coolest name for a beer. It's called Rosemary's Baby.
Roads.
Nice.
It's the Two Roads Brewery
Oh my
here in
God.
Connecticut. It's
Two roads. We have two
pumpkin ale.
rows here in Dallas.
It's pumpkin ale brewed with spices and aged in rum
Oh.
barrels.
Oh my God.
With
Pumpkin
vanilla
spiced
beans.
beer.
You know, so
They put that
I-
shit in
I
everything,
just-
Scott. Everything.
I
Mm.
discovered something. I discovered something about me. I don't really drink that much anymore. I mean, it's one.
Yeah.
I'll have a beer with dinner every once in a while. When I was on my dad's 80th birthday, I had a few beers there. When we did our fantasy football draft recently, I drank some whiskey there, and it's fine. I mean, it's not, I can take or leave it, right? I mean, it was just it definitely is not. I'm not like poo-pooing drinking or anything, but I mean, I went through my craft beer phase, and it's just like I'm not. Once again, I'm not like looking down my nose at anybody who enjoys it but now I'm just totally like, yeah, I'll just have a Miller. Just like
You're not so fancy, but Lance. Is that what you're saying?
I don't need the do you have a limited edition Oktoberfest winter ale I could peruse at this moment?
The funny thing about this is I was in the supermarket and I saw it, and they only had 12 packs. I sent the pictures to my wife. She's like, "Get it." I was like, "There's 12 of them. I'm gonna have them
we're gonna
until
drink
next
them.
Halloween."
Yeah.
I went through a phase where I was drinking those Dogfish Head IPAs. I don't even understand how I did that. They're disgusting. They're so bitter.
Yeah,
There was something about them though. I was just like, ooh, these are good. Like 120 minute or 120 minute, 180 minute. Because the longer the hops, like the levels.
Yeah.
And then then it turned off. The switch turned off, and I'm like, ooh, these are awful.
And I think I mentioned this before, but the reason why
I don't drink anything.
the reason why people use like the IPAs, everybody's like, oh, the IPAs, IPA this, IPA that. Okay, well, it's because they use hops and they use a lot of hops. And the reason why people make so many IPAs is because hops are super cheap compared to everything
It's a weed,
else.
right?
They used to be.
Well,
Then
they used to
everybody
be.
started using them.
Well, yeah, as soon as everybody started using them, and as soon as everybody was like, "Oh, this is
I'm
a
sure they're
special
in
blend
demand
of
now.
hops," for this,
There was a
So-
cool exhibit at the Guinness factory in Ireland with a hops wall, like it was growing inside, like a.
Oh yeah.
They had like a display of hops like being grown.
A
Or it was
living
just
wall.
growing in there. It was like a big wall, like
Yeah.
2-3 stories tall.
That's cool.
Really cool. It was a
Yeah.
really cool. Like if you ever get to Ireland, Dublin,
plan to
go to
one
the Guinness factory tour. It's great. I loved it.
I heard
So-
the best thing about that is the fact that you get to drink Guinness like fresh from the brewery, like kind of thing.
Yeah,
Like,
I didn't care for that.
Yeah.
All right.
I got the real thing, like the cold, like it was just fresh. Like they were just like handing out glasses. It was like, it didn't do anything for me. But
I'm a big fan of Guinness. I
like it.
I
wonder if I still do. haven't had it in a few years.
had a
Yeah,
buddy.
but-
When he doesn't live around me anymore, and he really, truth be told, he wasn't that good of a friend anyway. But he had a rule that said that if I can drink, I won't drink any beer that I can't like read the menu through it. And, like he was like, because it was too dark, he would.
Oh, too thick or too dark.
Mhm. Which I thought was
It
great.
was a good tour. That was a good trip. I had a few too many on that trip.
Nah.
Because I was there with there's this guy. I don't know if you ever met him. The Beatnik Turtle guys. Did you ever meet them? Do you remember that band? The Beatnik Turtle.
No.
They did our theme song for the podcast.
Oh, is that who did it?
You remember that? You don't remember that?
No.
Uh,
It sounds memorable though.
Yeah, it's pretty memorable.
That was
You should find it and play it. It's pretty.
Maybe
strong.
I will.
There's-
If I remember,
Anyway, I met them.
they'll get hit.
Met them gaming, and and they've just been friends forever.
That's pretty
I
cool.
haven't talked to them in a few years, but I need to catch back up. COVID.
I remember the reason why I started drinking dark beer in the first place was when I was working as a driver at this pizza place called Happy Joe's, that whenever there was a get together, like a big party or whatever, like somebody's like, yeah, I'm having a, because it was one of those places where everybody was 19 to 23, and so everybody would get, it's like, hey, so and so's having a party at their apartment or whatever, and like you go there and and you hang out, but it was like, hey, BYO, which was nobody like, yeah, I got a keg, yeah, I'll pay for all the beer. No, so it was like, but I remember I was sitting there and I picked up a 6-pack of whatever, and I saw like this guy had like a 12-pack of Beck's Dark, and he was and I was like, he's like, what are you what's up with that? And he's like, oh, I always just bring a really, really bad beer with me to these things. And I was like, oh, and I was like, why? And he's like, oh, because everybody's like, hey man, can I have a beer? And you can say, yeah, sure. And you'd say, I have a 12-pack of, oh no thanks, because everybody would want oh, you got a Bud Light or something, then they'd want to drink that. But yeah, sure, I got Beck's Extra Dark here. And they'd be like, no, it's okay, I'm not gonna have it. No, you sure? You can have one if you want one. I was like, and I was like, I'll take one, and he gave it, and I didn't mind the taste. And I was like, that's actually a really smart idea, because you'd always be sitting there and you have your 12-pack of Pabst or something, and people would always be like, hey dude, spot me a beer, and spot me means never pay it back ever in the future, because you never bring any of your own. So anyway, I don't know, whatever. Japanese make great beer and whiskey. Huh, maybe.
I like the whiskey.
Yeah, so do I. I don't think I ever had their beer. I had
What was the
sake, but not beer.
Gosh,
They
there was
make good
one we
beer.
had. It was a lot of years
Did it?
ago. But
Yeah, I don't think I ever had a Japanese beer.
Japanese whiskey was really the only whiskey I've ever liked.
Really?
Really? There's that in that one movie with Bill Murray, when he's doing the whiskey commercial. Centauri Times, and the guy talks, and the woman just
Rat Pack.
Yeah.
Ring a ding ding.
Like the director speaks for like 2 minutes, and then she says, with more emotion,
more intensity.
More intensity. He's like, it sounds like he said a lot more.
He's like, that's all he said? Sounded like he said a lot more. I kind of want to run it through Google Translate to see what it actually
people have, and just like how they were able to somebody, because like the whole secret of what he whispers in her ear before, and that's all he says.
It doesn't. I don't think there was any.
No, like somebody actually showed it. They actually took the audio and like stripped it clean. You can find it if you want to, and it's
there's
like
no
nothing.
Audio.
No,
I don't.
They've
it doesn't make sense. There was nothing they could come up with that would make that movie any better by having any.
But people just wanted to know. They just wanted to know.
It doesn't make sense though.
Well, no, and I read what the guy what he said, and then they actually they actually said, well, this is exactly, they told him just to, it's not going to be heard anyway, but you can just come up with whatever you want to say. And Bill Murray actually said, this is what I said.
Yeah.
And it was if I remember correctly, it was
left better unknown, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Just like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction.
Well,
nothing in there.
But no. So somebody actually suggested something to Tarantino, and he was like, if I had to pick something, that's what I would have picked. He was like, that's genius. Because somebody said it should have been Mr. No, but he said it should have been Mr. Pink's diamonds from the end of Reservoir Dogs, because like he's got the briefcase full of diamonds that he makes off with.
Yeah.
And like he's like, it should have been Mr. Pink's diamonds. And he's like, you're right. It should have been. And that's what it should have been. Just like.
God, he's only making one more movie.
Supposedly.
So he says, yeah.
So he says. And suppose it, and he wanted it to be he wanted to be a Star Trek movie. He like literally like somebody like
I hate
he killed that idea.
Yeah. He loved Star Trek and loves Star Trek, and he was like, I wish I could have done a Star Trek movie. And I guess he wrote a prospectus for what he wanted, and they liked it, but it was just one of those things that just didn't work itself out.
Yeah.
It was actually going to be like a reinvention of an old original Star Trek episode. So, which who knows how that would have turned out, but it's interesting that he. But anyway, what are you gonna do? I mean, I think. I mean, I can't.
Rewatched Kill Bill. It's so good.
You know,
and if you try to find anything like it, there's nothing exists. Nothing exists.
So I enjoy Kill Bill. There's things I didn't like about it though too. I mean, it's just like, and maybe that's just me trying to pick things apart and whatever. But no, I mean, like if I had to say, like, I mean, it just doesn't really get any better than Pulp Fiction, really. I mean, I rewatched Pulp Fiction the other day, and I was I agree. That was, I mean, if he had made Pulp Fiction and then got run over by a bus for the rest of everybody, when like if you would have talked about, oh my gosh, what else would he have made? Because he had made such a great movie, kind of thing.
There's a couple parts of Pulp Fiction that are like quite dated now.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm sure.
Like, the dialogue and everything, and
there's some things that I'm like, I originally thought, I've watched it a few times now, like not recently, recently. I don't know if I like this part. Like there's a couple things I'm just like, I don't like anymore.
Well, but
it's
okay,
great.
So
it's just I feel like it's a little not the blush is off the rose. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's just because we are more in tune with the sensibilities of it. You know what I mean? Like, well, I mean, and not okay. So
you are older too, Scott.
People,
I'm older.
people,
for sure.
People have questioned, I guess, for lack of a better word. People have kind of called him out a little bit on his, like, he seems to love to write dialogue for himself for him to be able to use the N-word. Like he just, and whereas
no doubt.
And it's just like purposely, like
no problem doing it.
It seems like, oh, well, I want to put myself in this movie and I want to give myself these words and I'm going to allow myself to use the N-word because then I can just say it on screen and I can do it. And people have pointed that out. Now, I mean, I don't. Is it because he's secretly
would you
racist?
Call his character a main character in the movie, Jimmy?
No. And honestly, I mean, I get it. He likes to. I mean, and there's always been a. I think anybody, like Hitchcock, would put himself in movies, but it was just a cameo. He would just be in that one scene. Yeah. Even in Lifeboat, right? He's on the newspaper that floats by in the water in Lifeboat, which I just like to say Lifeboat is like literally like one of my favorite movies. It's just because of like, I just love it. It's the tension of like basically, we're all stuck on this boat in the middle of the ocean, and we all are going to have to make decisions that we're going to live with for the rrest of our lives. And what are we going to decide? Lifeboat, by the way, from Guerrilla Games. What a great game that is. I mean, it's like completely and totally forgotten in today's day and age. Oh, you never played Lifeboat? I mean, it's so good.
No, I never did.
So talk board games for a second. If you're familiar with Lifeboat is like obviously based on the Hitchcock movie. But each person in the lifeboat, they basically have everybody gets a character, and then each person gets two tokens. One is the person you hate that you want to see dead, and the other is the person that you love, and that you'll protect to your dying day. And you can get yourself you can actually like, so if you get yourself as the person you hate, you want to try to commit suicide, but there's somebody in the boat that like probably is in love with you that wants to keep you alive and will try to keep you alive. And it is actually possible for you to get both things. You love yourself and you hate yourself. And then there's a special rule for that. It's like, I forget what it is. It's like you're a psychopath or something like that. And there's a special, so depending upon the person that you love and the person that you hate, each turn goes by in the lifeboat as you try to determine, like basically people will fight, people will try to kill each other, things like that. Good game. Guerrilla Games, Jeff Syedek. Hey, Jenna.
Yeah, I know Jeff Syedek.
Yeah, I haven't seen Jeff in a long time. He was at Gen Con. I couldn't track him down. He was at Gen Con demoing, showing off some games and demoing stuff, and I tried to track him down, but the one day I was able to break away from I went to where he was supposed to be and he wasn't there. So
wasn't there another lifeboat game though that was more? I feel like it was older than that. It was more.
So like there's the game Lifeboats, which is the actual game of like putting your guys in boats.
Yeah, it was like little. Like Ret Sick Vic Con, I think was the real original name.
I don't know.
Yeah,
but I remember Lifeboat from Guerrilla Games actually had a sequel that
Sick Vercon.
Yeah. Lifeboat actually had a sequel that was about being on the island after you survived or whatever, and you make it to the.
Was it called Survive?
No, it was called Desert Island, and that was
Cannibal Island?
That was and Desert Island was really good too. Which board game? Oh yeah, board game, real good. Highly both. I mean, they might. You can probably find used copies here or there. If you can track them down. Desert Island. I did a video for Desert Island from 1,000 years ago.
It's 2015, by the way, not that old.
Yeah,
you did yours in 2016.
Well, it feels like 1,000 years ago.
7 years ago.
Lance? Yeah, really.
Well, I see myself. So, like, I'm looking at Desert Island, the video, and I see I'm wearing my my Moorhead Parks and Rec baseball shirt from when I coached my 7 years ago. So I'm guessing this was my son's baseball team. That was like when I coached. So
green Parks and Rec baseball shirt. I see it.
Yeah.
You look the same.
Yeah, a little more gray in the beard there, son. But yeah,
maybe just a little.
Just a little. Yeah, the ones that
you have the glasses though.
I have the glasses. And also the beard isn't nearly as long. And I still have kids. I still have kids that come up to me and say, Were you my baseball coach? You know, they still, and I was like,
they have vague memories of you.
They have vague memories of some big guy with a big beard, and they always have that same look. Were you my baseball coach? I like looking and seeing the games that I have in the background. I'm like looking at all this stuff that I no longer have, like the Wildcatters,
gefilte fish.
The gefilte fish. I still have the gefilte fish jar. Battle Lore. Remember Battle Lore? Let me see here.
You know what? We just flushed some games out of the library this weekend that I was surprised that they had not been checked out in like 8 years.
Oh man, a copy of Chicken Caesar. If I still had that, I could sell that for $200.
Memoir 44.
Oh yeah, Memoir 44.
We have all of it. Big backpack full of it. Not single checkout.
Huh.
Wow, there's so much to that.
And you know what? That's not really in the limelight too much anymore either. Like, when was the last expansion, or like? I figured that would be something, especially in spring.
It's interesting. Like, I almost feel like I want to go back to the games that we plucked out of the library to make room for new stuff, and go back and pull those back to the library, because there's a lot of new stuff that's complete. I'm not gonna say the word.
Complete shit.
Well, let's just say will never be played.
Okay.
Now the old games might be played, I feel.
Yeah.
But we moved those out to make room for the new stuff. But I think the new stuff is not as good as the old stuff.
I agree with you.
that we took out to make room for the new stuff.
I don't know what
Like
the new stuff is.
Like
but
I just
agree
took
with
like a random shelf and I picked one game that I would have played on that shelf. Just from looking at it.
you.
So
So
it almost makes me want to just wipe down and then pull back. You know what I mean? Problem with
What-
8,000 games is that's a lot of work.
what else surprised you, Scott, other than like Memoir?
Oh, drawing a blank on names.
Obviously.
Obviously.
But Memoir was the one that I was like, really? No one's checked that out? And
Well, it's 2-player
6
games
years?
mostly.
pardon?
It's a 2-player game.
True. Well, no, you can play the multiplayer
Yeah, the Overlord
Commander or
thing.
whatever it's
Yeah.
called. Overlord.
Overlord.
But yeah, it
Overlord.
takes up a lot of time. It takes up a lot of space.
Yeah.
It's not surprising that it's not being played.
Actually, like I said, I'm surprised it wasn't at spring, at BGG spring, with more the
Yeah.
younger. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk at the punch party of the idea to put together a original gamer, old OG German games, or the games people loved, but that nobody knows about anymore because no one talks about it. And I said, no
yeah.
one will come to that. I think those days are gone.
I don't know, Scott.
I said, you guys can do this. I almost guarantee you nobody will show up.
Really?
I think so.
Hmm.
That's my gut feeling. People they're so cult of the new that no one wants to go back to the
thing
old
about
games.
it too is the games that when we played them the first time, when they first came out
They're
10,
innovative.
12 years ago,
20 years
when
ago.
you go back and play them, well, someone plays it now after they played the stuff that's come out in the past like 2 or 3 years. It's
Yeah.
not the same thing.
Yeah.
Like I see people all the time on like Facebook groups, and they're like, "Oh, I finally got to play Catan. It sucks." I'm like, "Well,
I agree.
you played 9,000 things since then. If you played Catan when Catan was pretty much the only game there was to play, it was freaking amazing."
No, it wasn't.
It was.
I don't
It blew
know.
my mind. I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, come on.
You know what's crazy?
We're talking about 1997, by the way, not 2000.
My mother has played more games like Catan than I have.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah,
I only played a couple.
I guess
it
there's
might have
this
been the
nostalgia factor in our gamings now that I feel like we want to play the old games, but people don't. I don't think the modern gamers are into that. They want to play everything new, nothing old.
I think that
I'm not.
well, I mean, okay, so it's kind of like
I don't think they know about them, Scott.
No, I
honestly
don't think
believe
they know
don't
about
about
them.
You can shout to the rooftops and they won't care.
You could scream all day long about like how great El Grande is and nobody cares. Or
It's crazy.
Trying to think of other classics. I think you'd still be able to find somebody to play Agricola. I think you'd still convince
I think
somebody.
I think 2008 is that cutoff.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah.
But I mean, El Grande is amazing. I haven't played El Grande in probably 10 years, and I love El Grande. I mean, did it get any better as far as a pure area control than that?
I've only liked it with the expansion that lets you customize your deck, but
Yeah,
I think it's a good game.
I don't remember.
I don't like it's got a little bit too much meta on it. Like, like.
Are you talking about the penis piece?
No, just metagaming, like ganging up on people.
Oh,
and then
okay.
if you basically want to have someone have a terrible game, you just always go after them.
Yeah.
No matter what, if they're winning or not.
That's what happens anyway. I mean lots of games.
I know. It's just one of those games I feel like is a little too much. But I think it's still good.
No, I mean, like I got my buddy Craig. I've never played a game with competition involved that he doesn't at some point within like the first 5 minutes of play. All right, let's me and you ally against Lance. You'll say it in every single game.
Exactly.
It's like the
Or
first
you
thing
won
he
the
said.
last game, so you're not going to win this one no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
That metagame is.
Well, I mean, play
Not
better, and
pleasant.
then you can't be defeated like that. No, I mean, the other thing about it is that Kalis. another game that's just fantastic. But find
Yeah.
somebody who's played Kalis. I mean, like I got into the hobby 2 years
Played it
ago.
like 2 times.
Have you played
I
Kalis?
played it a few times.
They're like, K who?
Okay,
No,
well,
I know we're old farts.
you are old farts.
It's a problem.
But the other thing is too, it is you have a group of people that are used to games that have all these fancy pieces in them. And I don't want to play that. It's like we all
Like
have a game
Princess
that
of
we
Florence.
love that
Like,
we played
It's
a
ugly
long
as
time
fuck.
ago. That is ugly as sin.
Yeah.
Like I suggested to play that last weekend, and everybody kind of turned up their nose.
Oh, Scott, speaking of Catan, I have the Rails, the USA Rails one. I never played it. Have you?
No, I always wanted to.
I played the base game, but it just turned me off with the groups I played so bad I never went back to Catan. Yeah.
Jeremiah, be quiet. I can't stand listening to your voice.
Yeah.
Who?
You, Jen. I haven't said anything since you showed up.
Well,
Going down.
I think this is a fascinating conversation, and it makes me think about the psychology of the group, right? I mean, we have people today, and I think you see it in video games, where the new shiny elements of the game forge the group's expectations for what they're going to play, as opposed to if a group sat down and said, I want to play something with this mood, or it's going to make us feel this way, then I think their selection set would change. And I think that a lot of people in your situations, I say you, not me, because I've not played nearly as many games as you have, is that you have such a history and such expectations in terms of being able to tell where a game is going early on, that it's probably very difficult to see something with fresh eyes. So I think that these are all fascinating elements, but I do fear for most, not for most, I feel there's a large percentage of the people who are getting into games today who believe the hype and believe the marketing, that this is the newest, coolest thing. This has this magnetic box. This has these miniatures that are actually, taller than 3 centimeters, or this or that or the other thing. And it's almost bragging rights that I own it, rather than do we have fun playing it?
Or do they actually play it?
Yeah, I was also noticing how many giant freaking boxes there are now.
Yeah.
Like, everything's gigantic.
Well, you said the latest Castle of Burgundy that with the tiles and all that nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, like it's interesting. Like someone said they were going to throw out their original copy, and I'm like, are you going to throw out your original? Because like you could at least take that to game night, whereas this thing is like, 2 feet long.
Yeah.
But
well, Scott, do you think if you had just a section, like if you look for a game in that library, you just get lost, like even if you don't know what you're looking for, do you think if you had just like one section, like you had the hot game section, but you had like a smaller section for the old standards, whatever,
maybe
you think that would work?
We talked about that also, like all the people on the team would pick a couple games and make a shelf of recommended by the librarians kind of thing. But
the once hot game room.
I don't know. Maybe it's just being like old school fuddy duddy.
The lukewarm
being an old fuddy duddy, like
I don't think, Scott. I think if you introduce people to these games, they would like them. They just don't know they're there. I really think that
who's going to teach them? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't.
There's that too. Yeah,
I don't know. And then a lot of the games you can't buy them.
So Scott, how many? I mean, how are the games categorized?
It's just alphabetical
by name.
I mean,
it's 50 shelves of alphabet.
So here's a question, and I don't know whether this is doable or even interesting to pursue in a sort of thought experiment, but what if you had some sort of very short, not a questionnaire, but I'm looking for a game. Oh, here's a categorization by atmosphere it produces. I'm looking for a horror game that has a trader element, that plays so many people. I mean, if you're looking for games like that, then you could then age and when the
Yeah,
games come out doesn't matter anymore.
I think that's interesting. I think that would be more of a library type thing instead of a con,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
like, cause do you really know what you want at a con? I mean, maybe you do, but your
uh,
time is so limited. You're just kind of like, everybody's just going to grab something and then get back to the table as quick as possible, right? Cause it's always like
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about
a time restriction. Yeah. I mean, maybe someday we'll open a library. That might be cool.
How would that work?
Well, what
I
if
wish
you, but
It wasn't so expensive to do stuff anymore, at least. And you're not going to make any money, by the way, just FYI.
No.
You're basically going to be, you'd have to have a bar or I don't think a restaurant even would make money. It has to be a bar.
Yeah, probably.
Restaurants are so,
restaurants make all their food off
I
the
mean,
liquor.
a lot of the people who started up these cafes are starting to go out of business, by the way.
Yeah.
I keep hearing about them.
Yeah, we just lost Donuts and Dragons this year. That it was open about 3 or 4 years. They were doing, I thought,
Yeah.
fairly well, and they just folded.
Yeah. I think
did
people
it-
just stop going.
Did anybody hear cool stuff's getting out of the board games?
Is that true? I looked
don't
at their
know.
thing. They're selling board games still.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, now their stock might not be as
Oh, I got it.
Board Game Geek's getting out of the board game business, by the way. We shut down our store.
Did you?
Not the Board Game Geek store,
Oh,
the Geek Game Shop. Shut down.
yeah. You said that.
It's a tough business.
Yeah. Oh, I got a suggestion
business.
for the store, Scott.
Which store?
The
Geek
board
store?
game geek store. Yeah, I was on there earlier looking at something. Could you add like a save for later button to the cart?
I mean, it's a Shopify thing, right? We don't really control it.
Oh, see, there's
yeah.
somebody else.
But Shopify is amazing. Everything can be solved with a plugin almost, but I mean, you could just screenshot it or something.
Yeah. Because I keep meaning to pick up Glenmore too, but I keep forgetting about it when I'm actually on the site.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many copies of that we have left.
I don't know.
Is that on the sale?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No,
The
I saw
problem
by
with Glenmore
Mocker.
too is that was like kind of an expensive game to buy.
Yeah.
So I'd like to get my money back.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Like at least break even.
Mhm.
I don't care about making money. Breaking even is now the goal.
Yeah, it's just when I keep
what-
playing
Yeah,
to
I
pick
mean,
up. You know, I just
Are you
keep
guys buying
thinking.
games at stores anymore? Are you going online and buying new stuff or
I just said I went to my local game store last week.
okay?
For that, but that was the first time in like 4 or 5 years. I don't know if
Are you buying stuff, Jenna?
I typically don't buy many games, but I have purchased a few in the last couple months. Yeah, and one was an old game. I think it was Nexus Ops.
Mm,
And
Oh, I
then,
remember that one.
I like that one. Yeah.
You know, it's
Jamie used to
fun.
play that.
just to tell you how horrible I am as a game player and a game buyer, I bought a copy of A Study in Emerald, and I went to put it away, and as I was trying to find room for it, I found another copy of A Study in Emerald. So
I've done that before.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
both.
There was 2 versions, so
but I both,
Do
right?
you have
So
the original one or do you have the remake? of the
I have
paper?
both. I
You
have
have both.
both.
that's all right. There were
And
2
I-
totally different
Well,
games.
now it's gonna be a third one. Where's Travis?
Yeah,
Where's
there's
Mr.
gonna be
Chance?
there's gonna be
How
a
come-
third one.
How come he doesn't post? He doesn't promote anymore. Like what? He disappears and then he comes out of the woodwork and says, "I have a game," and then he disappears again.
Well, and the problem, I mean, and who knows what's going to happen with that remake. I'm going to guess it's not going to be as good, in my opinion. It's just
It's what?
whatever. It won't be as good. I mean,
Oh,
because
it's gonna be. It's got to be simplified, right?
Well, yeah, it'll be nothing like.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion,
There was a learning curve on that one.
the first one's the only one worth owning. The first one is admittedly with the first one, you have to, there's like 20 pages of errata that you have to go through to make it to make it
playable, right?
playable.
I never played it.
The
I
second
played
edition
versus
Is it worth
versions.
playing?
Yes, if you have all the errata and everything, the first edition is really good.
Is that something we can get through at BGG Con or no? Too hard?
Nah, yeah, that's. I don't
mean,
think
do
that's
you
that.
have a copy? I mean, I can teach it.
I can dig it up.
Yeah, I mean, my the other thing is, yeah, dig it up. I
It's in
play
the-
that.
it's in the-
You
it's in the
have to have
stacks
4
somewhere.
though. You have to have 4. I mean, you just
Yeah.
so
Four?
Yeah.
yeah, because
No.
you have to have 4. But I mean, I teach. It's something I play probably once every 6 months. So I mean,
6 months? That seems often.
well,
It
for
does-
me,
it
it
does
is.
seem- Yeah.
That seems too often. You don't play it every 6 months, really?
No, I just played it.
He's
a couple
calling
months ago with-
bullshit, Lance.
No,
Once a year,
I
right?
honestly,
I guess
because I found it in my storage unit when I was digging through, and my buddy
Oh, okay.
Cullen was with me, and he said, "I really want to play that," and I said, "Here, take it with you. I'm not giving this to you, but." I said, get 2 other people and then give me a call when you can get those people together. And he did. And so then I went over and I taught it and we played it.
Nice.
But no, you have to the second edition just it simplified it way too much, in my opinion. And then I'm gonna guess
Who did
this
the
next
second
edition.
edition?
It was Martin again.
Yeah.
Was it?
It was
Yeah.
a couple years after the first one came out, if I remember.
Yeah.
Jamie loved that key. He loved that game. Or was
Yeah.
it Chris? One of them two. I can't
Well, it's a
remember.
really, really good book. Have you read the book by who's
Short
his name?
story
Short
by Neil
story?
Gaiman.
Or short story? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the short story.
Yeah, it's by
Yeah.
Neil Gaiman.
Yeah, it's a great. So
Oh,
I really
yeah.
like the source material for it, and I think that probably makes the game that much better, in my opinion. So it's like I mean, like I've said this before. I have very few 10s when it comes to games. I mean, there's lots of 9s, but there are very few 10s. I mean, a 10 is like, hey, we're gonna play this. Are you available? And like literally will
Gray Fox
change.
Games is listed as a publisher, by the way.
Yeah, we had it for a little while. I mean, just basically because we had a deal with Martin Wallace to just basically when the Tree Frog games.
Read his War Frog stuff.
Yeah, his
Tree
War
Frog.
Frog
Yeah.
and Tree Frog stuff.
Remember War Frog? Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I was a subscriber to the thing, to his stuff. I love that shit. I love getting like the box of Martin Wallace's 4 new games. I love that stuff. But anyway, nice guy too. I mean, I've been able to hang out with him and just
Who?
yeah. So well,
He's coming
really,
to he's coming to BGG Con.
he is really good friends with Shane, and so it's one of those things where by proxy, then I've got to meet with him and have dinner with him and drink whiskey with him.
He's coming to the con.
Yeah, he's a good egg. That's where I met him. Eric Lang introduced me to him many years ago, and then
It wasn't that long ago.
well, I mean, it was what
You're
5 years
talking
ago.
only-
I think it was 2019.
Yeah, I think it was. I was saying it was like 5 years ago. That's many years
Dropping
ago.
names and dropping names.
No.
Yeah.
I was just sitting there, and then Eric said, "Hey, do you want to meet Martin Wallace?" I was like, "Do I?" And then
Notice
he-
people casually mentioned Eric Lang.
Do
Well,
people
because
even
I
know
was-
who Eric is anymore?
Hold on, I'm getting a call from Bruno Cathala.
Really? I met him too.
He's one guy I would like to talk to, Bruno Cathala. I enjoy quite a bit of his games.
Uh,
Both of the Brunos.
He's a really nice guy.
I met Bruno.
Have you ever
at,
met a designer
Tokyo
that's
Game
not
Fair.
nice?
Yes, I
Yes?
famously have met a few, and one of them was like one of my all-time favorite designers. And then I met them, and they were just kind of a turd in person.
Wait, who is this?
I'm not gonna name names.
I'm not gonna
Oh,
name a
okay.
name.
Not on video.
Yes, no,
Kind
I've definitely met.
It's me. Hi.
No,
I'm-
no,
Definitely
no.
him. Yeah, I remember.
No,
that
and it
frog
wasn't.
game.
It wasn't that they were like. It was one of those things where I was like, I'm
I
a
don't
really
think I
big
have,
fan of your
actually.
games. Thank you so much for creating the stuff you've created. I really have had a ton of fun with all of them. And this is like a super big moment for me. And they were just kind of like, oh, just like all they would have had to say was something along the lines of, "Oh, well, thanks for the kind words," and then I would have been cool, that's awesome. I hope you keep creating whatever. Oh, it was nice to meet you. They could have just done that, and then I would have walked away from that conversation. And instead, it was like, I'm a really big fan of yours. Your games are awesome. Neat. Just like, oh, well.
I've met more I've had more interactions with designers who are newer designers who are idiots and rude than I have
And there's
with old school guys.
I don't think I ever met one that was like mean or rude to me. I remembered most gracious was probably Emerson, but I don't think I met anybody that was like mean or
Well,
rude.
I've met a couple and I've seen a couple in action.
Really?
It was rather hysterical.
Hmm.
And I'm like, they don't know who you are because you have one game and no one knows what that game is.
Yeah.
And it was like saying you wanted to walk up to them and say, you know, so and so just walked by who's got like 40 games out there, and he walked by and no one recognized him. So don't be upset that no one knows who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I never understand arrogance. It's unsavory.
Yeah.
Unsavory.
Right, Scott? Arrogant
Huh?
son of a bitch.
Sorry.
I'm messing with you.
I'm searching for something. I wanted to find this memo.
Memo.
I hadn't heard about this leaked memo.
One of my-
for cool
Allegedly
stuff.
leaked memo.
Yeah.
One of my all-time favorite baseball players, Jim Thome, after he got out of his rookie deal or whatever, or he basically was allowed to go into true free agency, and he got signed by the Phillies for a gajillion dollars after he left the Cleveland Indians, which made me sad because I was a fan of the Indians, now Guardians. But I remember he said the first thing he did, they said, "What did you do?" Well, the first thing I did is I bought whatever, this like, brand new pickup truck, because he signed a bajillion dollar contract. And then the second thing I did is that I got a license plate that said DB, like the letter D, the letter B, the letter T, the letter H. And it said, "Don't believe the hype." And basically, like he's like, I try every day not to allow myself to, like, yeah, sure, I signed a contract worth, $180 million, whatever it was at the time. He said, but I'm going to try to make sure I don't get a big head about it. And I keep myself grounded. And I was like, that's another reason why I like Jim Thome. And then he played for the Twins for one season. He was awesome. So that was even better.
So I found it.
I'm going to go on a tangent here for a second.
No way.
Yes.
Let's go, Turd.
Because you mentioned the Cleveland Guardians, who were formerly known as the Cleveland Indians.
Yes.
And I found out something today. It was very interesting. I never knew before. And now we'll all learn something.
Okay.
Do you know why they were previously called the Cleveland Indians?
Because
They were an Indian League, Native American League.
They were originally the Cleveland Spiders.
Yes, they were the
They had the first Native American baseball player on their team, and then drafted 2 more Native American baseball players. And someone jokingly said, "Oh, we're the Cleveland Indians now." And they said, "Okay, good, we'll be the Cleveland Indians," and they changed their name.
Huh.
Yeah, but that happened in the past. We don't care about that.
That's really how it.
Yes, that's how they became the Cleveland Indians.
Oh, okay.
Has that been fact checked? Because that
I know that sounds a little convenient.
it sounds a little sus.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
Actually,
and who cares what the reason is behind it? I mean, the logo itself was very extremely racist and awful. And yeah, I mean, moving on. I mean, and to be completely fair, like, I was a huge Indians fan. I became an Indians fan in the mid 80s. And I actually, one of the very first tattoos I got was the Cleveland Indian logo tattooed on me. And then I had it covered up, actually. And I have a giant tattoo of
Big black spot.
No, I have a big Odin tattooed.
Chief,
I got Odin and Odin and his ravens
So-
on my arm.
To
now.
go back to the Cool Stuff Inc. thing, it seems like it's been verified.
They're
Someone-
getting
I
out.
mean, it's a
Yeah,
Reddit
why?
post. Someone verified it with their customer service. They said they can't respond to the question, but it sounds like they're not going to continue selling things after they run out of stock, after they go out of sale. Yeah. I mean,
Well, somebody said that,
allegedly.
but then they said, no, that's not the truth. We're still gonna do stuff. Or
it's a
whatever.
6 hour ago post. I mean, whatever. It could be. Who knows? Who knows what reality is?
Is that online
here's the
or
thing.
in store?
Now I'm just curious.
I think it's board games, Lance. They're gonna keep selling Magic and Pokemon.
Here's the thing about board games. They're fucking huge, right? You need a huge ass warehouse to have any
Yeah.
variety.
Yeah.
And they don't sell after 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks.
Yeah.
They don't.
The carrying costs are too high.
Yeah, exactly. Like people
the
are moving
insurance.
on. And now people are, you know, most of the people who are buying games are going straight to the source. So retail is getting priced out of out of the business, unless you're basically chasing crowdfunding projects. And then you're basically, you know,
Then you're just
locking up all your
you're funding
capital
people.
into this promise of a game that maybe you'll never be able to sell. Just,
Well, all you're doing there is funding a pre-sales engine.
there's
Yeah, pretty much.
easier ways to make money.
Yeah.
So it's a big risk. And
I'll tell you, if I was in this business for the money, I would not be in this business.
Ha!
Mhm.
Easiest way to make $1 million, start with 2 million.
Everything- Exactly.
now this is all hinged on the stupid Reddit post that I just read, but I could see how that could be. It's a tough business, especially these
Well,
days with all the
I don't-
millions of games coming out, thousands of games, and you have to carry all the latest stuff, and people don't want to buy anything old. Why would you want to why would you want to have a retail?
Me and my brother were
It's
actually
huge
talking
risk.
about this. It's
Now-
not
Well,
only board games.
didn't they just basically sell out of all their crap too? It was like just boom. It's
Well,
all
I think
gone
they're
now.
just liquidating their
Liquidating
final
stock,
stocks.
yeah.
But now Noble Knight, I think, has a potential, you know, they are a massive retailer of old games now, and they have a gigantic warehouse. Have you seen their pictures? It's massive.
Is it?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
huge.
Well, it's like what Troll Lord used to have.
But and they also, I think their real estate is cheap. You know, like they've got this massive warehouse.
No, it wasn't Troll.
But you would
was it
never be able
Troll?
to have that kind of place in Dallas.
What was that other one? Was it
Oh,
Troll
yeah.
Lord or was it Troll?
Troll and Toad.
Troll and
I don't-
Toad.
I think
Troll
they're
and
gone.
Toad, yeah.
I think they moved out of the board game business.
Hey Scott, how far out of Dallas would you have to go? do
Not
s-
Dallas.
No,
Like,
Troll and Toad still there.
Closer to Austin or further out west?
What
Like,
a
I know it
Midland.
gets cheaper once you get out of the major cities down there.
Yeah, you would have to go far away.
Yeah.
As soon as you start getting into the city limits, you start paying
It
bigger.
does not
bigger
look like
bills.
Troll and Toad carries.
But then you've got a
board
problem
games
getting your
anymore.
shipping going because you're not living in any metropolis.
Oh, really? There's still that.
I mean,
Wow.
the UPS guy shows up at our building every day, no matter what, rain or shine. I know. I don't know if they do that for rural businesses.
Yeah, I don't know.
They knock on the door every day.
Hmm.
It's kind of cool.
Troll and Toad still exists, but they do not carry board games. All it is card game stuff. So,
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like
So,
who's we've got Miniature Market.
Yeah.
We've got
The Canadian place.
what's the name of that one?
Board Game Bliss, I think.
Yeah.
Game Bliss.
Yeah. Board game blitz. Yep.
Is that the major one?
But
I think.
why would
well,
you
okay,
buy-
okay. So
you're not going to get free shipping there.
Got a point.
So
yeah.
here's
What
let
else
me
was that?
actually share a few things here. So Board Game Bliss, well, one of the reasons why Cool Stuff Inc.
Noble
is
Knight.
ditching board games is because they're making more money off being a fulfillment service.
Probably
with-
so. And
yeah.
so they don't want to have like extra. Yeah. I mean, if you're making like $1 million here and $1,000 here, it's easy to weigh the scale.
Eliminate one, yeah.
Yeah, eliminate one, especially if you're spending a lot of money to get that $1,000.
Right. So what there's a miniature market,
Miniature Market, Noble Knight,
overnight.
in the US. I don't know who else.
The one in Oregon went down.
Fun Again's closed.
Fun again this one.
Online is closed. Amazon, but Amazon is basically a bunch of little small sellers.
Yeah.
And now Board Game
Consolidated.
Bliss. Board Game Bliss, they cut.
Do you
their
guys order
fees.
from Board Game Bliss? Is it free
No.
shipping or something? Like you're ordering from
Nah.
Let me actually explain. So Board Game Bliss, they will. I bought 1 or 2 items from them in the past because they were the only people that had them in stock, and you pay a little extra to have them shipped over. But one of the things that Board Game Bliss does is that they are in Canada, but they have a warehouse in the United States that's like basically right across a bridge from where they're. So if you are a company that actually like does fulfillment. Board Game Bliss does a fabulous job with fulfillment in Canada. And you don't have to pay any customs or anything because they're able to, you ship the stuff to their US warehouse and they are able to get it across without having to get anything. I don't know how they do it, but they have some whatever that they're able to go. They just basically once every 2 weeks, they drive a truck into the United States. They pack up all their stuff in their truck and they drive it to their warehouse in Canada. And then they ship the stuff out. And the same thing goes that it used to be in the fact that you used to order and then once every 2 weeks they would drive over and then they'd ship the stuff out of America. So you wouldn't have to be charged a fuck ton to have stuff delivered from Board Game Bliss if they had something in stock that you wanted. Board Game Bliss is another one of those companies that they're probably making more money off of doing fulfillment for Kickstarters than they are from
Game
selling
Nerds
board
apparently
games.
is another player, which
Oh,
is in
yeah.
Dallas. I actually remember, I know where they are. I can't imagine they're that big though.
Game Nerds is
It's
tiny.
expensive in Dallas. Dallas warehousing is not cheap.
Game Nerds is totally tiny. Miniature Market is not owned by Asmodee, so they can stay open forever.
Yeah, it won't matter
What's
if they're
that?
not making money.
No, I mean
Be a
like
write-off.
Yeah.
Just be a sink.
all of the online people, they're gone. I mean, they're just gone. I mean, 10 years ago,
Remember
we used
Thought
to
Hammer?
have like, Thought Hammer.
Let's reminisce about the old days when it was so great.
Boards
that
and
one up in-
Bits. Boards and Bits.
Boards and
Yeah,
Bits.
that's the one I
Boards
was
and
thinking
Bits
of.
was the best. It was the best. But
Um,
no, you had Thought Hammer, you had Boards and Bits, you had
Time Well Spent.
Time Well Spent was another good one.
Boulder Gym,
Boulder
Games.
Games, Game Surplus,
Game Surplus.
Thor at Game Surplus, and then after Velma at Game
That was
Surplus.
the one I was thinking. Just Game
Yeah.
Surplus. not
They
Board
were,
Game
I mean,
Bliss.
and the thing was with Game Surplus, like I could say, like literally, here's a really weird old German game that I can't find anywhere.
Yeah,
Thor
they would
find
import.
it.
They would
Thor
just
would
import
find it
stuff
somehow.
randomly.
Yeah.
They would just. I think they would just import random.
That's why
crap.
I have an original copy of
it's a
Neue
good way to go.
Heimat.
It's a good way to go broke, right? Because then you're not going to sell this shit, or you're going to basically like have to liquidate.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, Thor made his money off of the fact that like people would, and he held on to stuff forever for you. Like if you.
But here's the thing, people aren't. Yeah, no, they would, but did they make money?
Thor made tons of money from what he said.
Why'd they sell the
I
company?
think they got old.
Because he got old.
Got tired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not that old. He was my age. He was younger than me. He was a young whippersnapper.
I mean,
Anyway.
well, no, and then Jim at Boulder Games, he got tired of doing it, and he was just like, and he decided he'd rather. He was in a lot of
Painsley,
paintball. He was in paintball and airsoft stuff. Then that
Oh,
was like,
yeah.
and he loved frisbee golf, and so he decided not to do it. Man, at the end there, he was like basically like, I'm digging through my warehouses and I'm finding all the old stuff I still have and I'm putting it up for sale.
I think I remember
And
that.
oh my gosh, he found so much cool stuff that it
Cool
was
stuff.
just,
Inc.
yeah,
Mhm.
it was, I mean, he was finding so much awesome stuff and like putting it up like,
Mhm.
I mean, but the sad part is he knew what it all
But
was all
so
worth.
Here's what I'm speculating. I'm coming up with thoughts.
Okay.
There's X dollars being spent each year on board games, right?
Yes.
It's all getting tied up in Kickstarter.
Yes.
It is.
And people are like craving this weird not what do you call it? Instant gratification. Delayed gratification for some reason. I don't understand it. Like people are more addicted to that than they are to buy a new game that they have in their hands.
Yeah, I never understood that.
Agree
either,
or
Scott.
no?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Look how many millions of dollars are getting spent. Go look at the top 50 products on Kickstarters. It's like millions. You add it up, it's millions and millions of dollars just sitting there and getting. I mean, basically
It's
tied up
new-
capital.
Maybe
Anyway.
it's the new model for a lot of people. I mean,
I
they
guess.
just-
I think it's just better to kickstart stuff. Like,
Oh,
It is and it
yeah.
isn't.
why would you buy? Why would you take a risk on buying anything beforehand? I mean, as a producer, Like
I-
Jenna,
I
you
don't- I
you
don't
are, but you are doing your own games. You
I
are.
don't understand
You
your
are.
question.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if the market is moving away from buying games that are available now, why would you make a game available now?
Yeah.
I think you might be like an anomaly, honestly.
Probably.
Because the
Fantasy
frog
Flight-
game, you sold that out right away, right?
It sold out. Oh, you mean the expansion at Gen Con
Um,
or the
No, I
base?
mean, did
I
you
meant the base. Yeah,
kickstart
I
it,
think
or
the
did
base
you-
game was
Yeah, I sold out the first 3 printings. The second.
oh, so
and
you
third
went back to
printing-
reprint it.
Yeah, the second and third printing sold out within 3 days of being released into distribution. The fourth one was a larger printing, and there's 120 units left at the warehouse.
Hmm.
So that was very nice, and I'm debating whether I'm going to do a 5th printing or not. But I fund everything myself, and
Christmas coming.
yeah, but I really rather. So I'm working on, and people don't know this yet, but I'm working on essentially a booster pack for Cosmic Frog that's going to have just more frog powers in it. And that seems to be what people want. So, where do I spend my money? I want to produce something new. I got an email from a guy today who was basically really angry with me for not spending more time on like the old games I made. And he said, "What, are these just dead to you now?" And I wanted to say, yeah.
Kind of. I mean,
Uh,
are you supposed to maintain it forever?
I know it's, again, people have expectations all over, but
Yeah. It's a double-edged sword of having the internet.
yeah.
Everybody
Yeah,
can
one-
talk to you.
I think one of the things about Kickstarter is that people believe that they know what they're getting because they see all these videos and they see how it plays out. And it's almost like it's getting to the point where the video production, I mean, costs more than the game production, I think.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I was looking at a Kickstarter last night. It's 100 pages long.
Jesus.
Have you seen it?
No,
You know what I'm talking about? It's what's the name of the game?
I don't know, Scott. What is it?
I should know it. It's 100 pages. Oh, it's Mythic Mischief 2.
Oh, that one.
Have you seen this?
I've actually seen an ad for
It's
that.
Unreal.
Yeah.
It's
I actually seen a
unreal.
commercial for that on YouTube with like Tom and
Wow, they're
what's
really-
his name on it.
They're putting ads on YouTube with it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a YouTube ad. God, what does
Yeah.
that cost? Have you seen this, Lance? You should bring it up.
You were saying something, Jim, and I forget, or Jen, Jenna, and I forget what you were saying.
Oh, I don't. Oh, I was just saying that if you think about games that already exist, so imagine you've got a person and they're looking on Kickstarter and they see this game, they see it laid out, they see a video of the pieces, they see how it plays, they
Right.
they
Right,
see
they think they
all
know
the
what they're
stuff
gonna
about
get.
it. They feel they know exactly what it is. That same person, when they go into a game store and they pull a game off the shelf and they look at the back of the box and think, am I supposed to buy this just on this? What kind of guesswork am I playing? And, like for me, that's kind of an adventure. It's like, wow, this is kind of a mystery. Whereas I think for other people, they're like, this is an unknown quantity. I would rather spend my money on a known quantity.
Right. And Kickstarter makes you feel like it's more known, especially when it's 100 pages long.
Exactly.
I mean, it's unreal. I've not seen anything
Also,
like it.
I used to make this joke about my father that if you had 2 identical pairs of shoes, in all respects identical, even made by the same master craftsman, with the same batch of leather, and one was $200 and one was $300, he would buy the $300 pair because he was sure that it was higher quality because
Better
it
in some
cost.
way.
Right.
And I think that with Kickstarter, all that flash, all that stuff makes people believe, well, if they put this much money into it, it must be amazing. And,
It's interesting psychology.
and then they've anchored themselves in that psychologically. So if someone says, what'd you think of that game? Well, they're not going to say it sucked.
Oh, it's great.
Right? Yeah, it's
Really?
great.
Believe me, I get a little, I feel a little piece of angst every time we pull out a Kickstarter game and we don't end up liking it. I feel angsty. I feel like It should be. Yeah, I totally do.
Because you got bamboozled.
You got
You got
bamboozled.
hoodwinked.
Well, you play it and you're like, this is it. You know, like it's just so sometimes such a letdown, and you're like, oh, I could have sworn this was going to be great with the way it looked in the page.
That's funny. That's my experience.
I feel like a little bit
Kickstarter.
of sometimes I have to reach for like, I have to search to like it.
My experience with Kickstarter was granted it was when it was first starting to get big. Is I did a couple of them. I got them. I thought these are half baked. I don't want to deal with Kickstarter anymore. That was my experience with it. It's amazing that
that's true in a lot of cases now.
I find it weird. I find not weird, but it's different to me that you search for a reason to justify buying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, I have this pathology in my personality where I like to seek out things that everyone's not raving about. And so like I never watched Game of Thrones because everyone made such a big deal out of it. It turned me off to it. And with everything, oh, Kickstarter, oh, I back this, oh, I back this. It's like, I feel like that's like a cult that I don't want to get into.
Yeah, like it's definitely like a social pressure. And they have this whole thing. I mean, I took myself off of it, but you would get notified when someone of your friends backed it. Which is super FOMO in driving, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, marketing evil genius.
Yeah.
The other problem with it is you can't just do like,
but
again, going back to what Kickstarter
hidden gems. What's that?
Started. Like going back to when it started, if you have a game and like your game it's a good game. It's a really good game. It, mechanics are good. Everything's good. Now you have to sit there and say, okay, how do I make this look totally insane? So people will be like, oh my God, I have to have it. Because I'm coming in and no one knows who I am. And so it becomes the point where you have to just keep adding the most ridiculous things into it.
Yeah.
At that point, literally, like Kickstarter used to be easy. I used to say it was easy. There was people all the time. Oh, I'm going to do a Kickstarter. I designed this game. I'm like, did you try selling it to one of the publishers?
Yeah.
And they're like, no, I'm just going to Kickstarter because Kickstarter was easy. And now it's not.
No.
Again, because you have to go and you have to make yourself stand out.
Yeah, that's a fascinating aspect, I think, in setting people's expectations to play games. So in Kickstarter, if you're thinking about just the marketing side, if it looks like something else, it doesn't stand out, as you say, right? So how do I make it look like something else? But when they get that game and they say, this looks and feels like these other 4 games I've played, therefore it must play like those games. And if it doesn't play like those games, it's a shitty game, right? As it's failed to meet your expectations, which were based on a false set of assumptions to begin with. I think before Kickstarter, and maybe in the early days of Kickstarter, I don't want to take that away. When it was, for the garage inventor, I think it was a fantastic mechanism. But people took something and they bought it. And when you guys went to the stores and bought these games off the shelf, you said, what is this? It was a universe unto itself, and you took it and appreciated it for what it was. It wasn't like, oh, this is, Twilight Imperium, therefore it must play like Twilight Imperium. And if it deviates from it, well, they fucked it up, or it's I'm forcing it to my expectations.
We're also part of a hobby where people buy things and then ask people what it's like.
Yeah, that's a fascinating thing that I see all the time on the Board Game Geek.
I bought this game. Is it any good?
Yeah, exactly that.
And I always tell people,
what? Is it too late?
I've stopped.
Why do you want to know?
I've stopped responding because my thing
already?
is, if I enjoy it, does not mean you're going to enjoy it.
Right.
And if you enjoy it, doesn't mean I'm going to enjoy it. And if you think it's the greatest game ever, I may just think it's a good game and it's okay. There are games out there. I'm not going to say the publisher. There's one particular publisher that people who are fans of their games, everything is the most amazing game ever.
We don't know who that publisher
Ray
is.
Fox?
And of those games, there's one of those games that I think is a good game. and I don't even like it as much as everyone else seems in the world to like it.
So it's not the bird game.
But you raised an excellent point, and there's even a more subtle element going on, which is, have you heard about the whole study that was done about people buying wines on vacations and how they sucked when they got home?
No.
So there was basically this study done on it. So many people saying they had these fabulous wines while they were on vacation. And when they bought a case and they sent it home and it was terrible. And what was it? Was it the airline? Was it the pressure in the cabin? What was it? And it turns out that when you're on vacation and you are with a group of people and the mood is right, it's the ambiance, everything goes together to a gestalt, and that wine adds to it. It's not in and of itself.
Right.
The same with a game, right? If you buy a game and it might be a mediocre game in terms of your pantheon of judgment, but you have such a good time with your friends because you had a good pizza that night, right? Frankie was in his funniest mood ever, whatever it is. That cements part of this game is great, not in isolation. Because even the most silly ass games, which you would think have no real agency for players, take a game like freaking Monopoly or Parcheesi, right? You play with the right people under the right circumstances, it's the best game night ever.
Yeah.
I think we lose sight of it. Games are a mechanism for social interaction and engagement. They're not things to be judged in and of themselves as separate works of art or beauty.
Right. And there are games that I don't think are good games, but I have fun playing them.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Because they bring out things in people, and then there's games you can play with some people and games you can't play with those people.
But these games are like $40-$50 games. They're not $300-$400 games that they're pushing on Kickstarter. You know?
What are you talking about? They're all like they're all over $100 now, Barry. Almost every Kickstarter these days will get you to 100, 150.
I'm just saying silly game. Like I just went to the local game store, like I said, and they're not. I don't think I've seen much over $100 there. A couple of the like heavier war games and stuff, but most of that it was under $100. Yeah,
I played a good game this weekend.
Which is
it's not a Kickstarter game either. It's called World Wonders. At least I don't think it was on Kickstarter. I don't remember being on Kickstarter.
Was it about the world wondering?
It's Arcane Wonders.
Arcane Wonders?
Yeah, it was really great. Maybe a little on the easy side, like simplistic side. But it was really fun. We loved it.
What's the premise, Scott?
You're building world wonders of the world. And there's like 15 or 16 of them in the box, and they're very cool. They're all like they're nice looking. They're not minis, they're like wooden bits. They're like carved out wood.
Gen Con release, right?
It's a Gen Con release, yeah.
Yeah, so that wasn't a Kickstarter.
And I think it sold out. And then like I wrote to Robert today, I said, how can I get more of these for BGG Con? And he basically said it's not possible. Or he says he didn't think it would be possible. So we have one copy just for now. But it was good. It was fun. And it was neat because something I don't think I'd seen before, where you always just get $7 to spend every turn. Have you seen that before in a game? $7 to spend, and you could take a loan to go to 9 and spend, and then everything you spent took away. And then if you built a wonder, it took all the rest of your money away. So no matter, even if you had like $1 left and you built a wonder, it was like all your money. And so that was kind of the fun part of like spending down to the very bare minimum you could do it, and then build the wonder, and then got the wonder. And I thought it was really clever.
So Barry,
yes,
I'll give you a good example of a game that I love, and I know you like it too. But the original 51st State.
Oh Jesus. Yeah.
Original, yeah.
The original.
That rule book, yeah.
It's still my one of my top 3 favorite games.
Oh yeah,
I like the redone one, but the original one is so much better to me.
Yeah.
Why? Because the original one, there are extra elements in it that were taken out of it that make it a better game. So in the original game, you have the rule of 3.
Yeah.
So once you score a card 3 times, that's it. You can't score it anymore.
Watch out.
When you can only make
Take that
3
out?
deals, you can only do 3 of this. It's not that you end up with something and you just keep slamming it and over and over and over again. Like it has limitations and what you can do, and you have to move on. And yes, it's got a lot of iconography in it, and you have to learn it and understand.
It didn't really express the fact that you kept scoring your every turn, like building up the score. Like I could not figure that game out when it first came out.
A lot of
your score was there was a scoreboard, but you scored on the cards themselves.
Well, didn't it have like a progressive score where it just always you basically scored and then you scored again and then you scored again? You kept adding to your score. Like, wasn't that part of
There were certain cards that did that.
Yeah, I don't think
you could score the card again and you scored a different amount on it.
Yeah.
But you could only score that card 3 times.
Okay, I don't remember that.
So
Yeah,
you could score 3 times for 3 points, but you could score 3 times for 15 points.
I see.
Depending on when you decided to score that card.
So why'd they take that out?
Because it's a lot more
you have to remember.
They streamlined it.
It didn't have any method of tracking that.
The games went a lot longer. Trust me.
Yeah, they did.
So, Anthony, here's a question for you and for everybody: is there's a saying in writing, don't underestimate the intelligence of your reader, because they'll pick up on it and hate you for it. Do you feel like these games coming out now, especially in the flurry of Kickstarter, are kind of discounting the intelligence of the player by making things too fast and easy?
No, I think what they're doing is they're catering to the people who want the fast and easy experience, but making enough on it to keep the other people happy. So I don't know who else has played Frostpunk.
I played it.
The Frostpunk board game.
Yep, I played it.
It's super hard.
It's super complicated. Yeah.
It's complicated once you understand it. It's not that complicated. There's a lot of steps to it. This game is the definition of what we'd call back in the day fiddly.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, very fiddly.
It's amazing. It's an amazing game. If you can get past the fact that you have to move these little things around and do all these things, the game's amazing. But people are like, I don't want to have to keep track of this track and this track and this and that. Like, okay, it's not for you.
That's the reason why. What was that game? I can't think of it. Give me a second. I'll remember. Darkest Dungeon, the board game. That's why that didn't go over well, because of everything you had to track in that game to make it work.
Yes. People, like, it's too many things to do. That's why people like Eldritch Horror more than Arkham Horror. I'm not one of them. I would rather play Arkham Horror 2nd edition than play Eldritch.
I think they're both good.
I think they're both good also, but I would rather, if you gave me the choice and said, we're going to sit down and play one of these.
I think there's certain things you streamline and certain things you don't, right? Like, don't streamline your best parts.
Right, but the thing about it is, because people complained about it takes too long because you got to do all this setup and you got to do all this. And
I'm going to back up. Your argument about Arkham and Eldritch. I'm just going to say I think Eldritch is the better game. And it really is. You have to have at least one expansion for Eldritch so you have more.
So how is it a better game then? You didn't need that.
Well, Arkham Horror as a base is not good. You need to have Dunwich.
Not really.
You need to have Dunwich with Arkham.
I don't agree with that.
Well, you're wrong again. So, but I mean,
are you talking about Arkham Horror, the board game, or the card game?
The board game.
Arkham Horror, the board game. You need to have Dunwich.
Tricky. There's a lot of rules in the board game.
Oh, the Arkham, the second
and nobody plays it correctly.
Very fiddly.
Yeah, I don't think people mostly will play it correctly.
But no, but Eldritch, right out of the box, first time you play, is a better game than Arkham. And the only reason that this next time you play, you're like, oh, I've had that encounter card before. So you're just kind of like, oh, this is kind of boring.
It needs more content off the gate. But
like the second time you play, you're like, well, this stinks. But I mean, Eldritch, like, add in the Mountains of Madness expansion. That's a great game right there. Anyway,
Wait, I
Big
have
is-
to
Big
say
is right,
good
but-
night, everybody. Thank you all for.
Hi, Jana.
letting me
Bye,
do-
Jana.
Have a lovely evening. Ta-ta.
So,
Ta-ta.
That's all.
I'm bugging Forrest to come on because I really wanted him to weigh in on AI on the whole terraforming.
Yeah, there's been
Mars.
like a bit of a kerfuffle this week.
Well, so what? There's been a few people saying we're never gonna review a game by
Well,
them
now,
ever
yeah, I mean, a
again.
lot of content creators just basically saying that they won't do any. Now, is it only for generative AI or is it all AI?
So it's no pun included said that. Who else said they wouldn't?
Oh, there's a list.
Oh, is
they
there a
won't
list?
what review the game because
Hold on,
it's-
someone was keeping a list.
Yeah, we should have done an initials.
That's fine. Well,
Yeah.
somebody will show up here soon. We'll do initials.
yeah,
But I mean,
Evan probably coming on soon.
I'll be right back.
what's the list?
I don't know. I'm looking.
Wait, I
for
want
it.
to hear this. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll wait for you. We'll wait for you there. Is it wrong that I'm like one of these people that it's like, yeah, we're not gonna review your games anymore? Okay. I mean, it's like, it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah.
I don't understand the morality behind some of these reviewers. I mean, if you look at them, they film everything but the fucking game to make money off of doing a review, but they're going to stand on their grounds for this. You know, I mean,
Well, I'll say right now that the way reviews are done now. And again, I'm old school and I'm a grump, So I'm not gonna stand by this, a lot of people are, and it's a different world, right? That people
Yeah.
just nobody gives a review anymore that just says this game's freaking amazing and you should own it. Everybody's got to say, oh, here's my things and I think that I really like the game. No, there's a couple of problems I have with it. Then I'm going to spend 9 minutes picking apart these two little things.
yeah.
Nobody does a review anymore that just says this game's freaking amazing, because then you're a shill and because that's not what the audience wants. And if you don't get your clicks, if you don't get your people sharing and clicking and what have you, then you're out of the game, so it's just kind of I get it, right? They have to, that's why top 10 videos and things like that are the thing. That's why there's all these guys out there making videos about why 5th edition D&D sucks, because they know their audience is going to be like, oh, tell us more why D&D sucks.
I have the list as of 5 days ago. I haven't seen it increased.
5 days
All right.
ago.
All right, well,
That might as well
gotta
been
wait.
3 years ago, ain't he? Well, good on you.
We gotta wait for who's his face to come back, and then we'll
Who's his face, Holiday?
yeah, him.
Oh, did the World Board Game that con they have the yearly
The World Series of board games or the
yeah, that one.
Board Gaming Championships. Those two different things.
I think it was a championship. The one that was in PA and they moved out
Board
west.
Championships is one of the PA they've had for years.
So they didn't go out west. I thought they went to Vegas or something. And then I saw
No,
they were back.
that's the World Series of board games that's in Vegas.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got them confused.
Didn't that go over like a wet fart?
Well, the people who went enjoyed themselves, but it was a very low number of people.
Was it?
I did not hear about anybody that I didn't hear about anybody who went or anybody who won or anything. I know Bonacor went, but
Yeah, Bonacor went.
that's the only person I know that went.
Monaco goes everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, you ready for the list?
You ready?
All right, lay it on me.
Okay, this is based on a post on X from 5 days
X.
ago. So the
But
list.
you see, they're going to charge on X. He's going to start charging. That'll kill
No,
him.
no,
for
this
sure.
is the list of people who
Okay, I know.
who
I'm just
are-
talking about X.
the list of board game media entities that decline to work with board games with generative AI art is as
Generative.
follows. Shut Up and Sit Down. Actual. RTFM. I don't know who that is.
Actually, all I know, like so far,
Yeah, I've seen him.
so far, I'm all good except for the last one. What was the last one?
RTFM.
I don't know
Read the
who
fucking
that
manual.
is. Could be.
What? RTFM board game.
It's obviously an
I've heard of it.
abbreviation for something.
Read the fucking manual.
Well,
Is it read the fucking manual? Is that the name of it?
That's what RTFM means.
Does it?
I mean, at least in my memory, the world, it's called. That's what it means.
I like your world, Scott.
Read the fucking.
So I'm looking at the thing. They're active. They got 42,000 subscribers. It doesn't look. It does not look like they do reviews, but they do how to play videos, and also like they do, like here's top 5 beginner food chain magnet strategies.
Okay.
Their most popular video has almost 1 million views. It says learn to play Gloomhaven in 25 minutes.
All right. Next on the list, Charlie Thiel.
That's Shay. That's Shay Parker. He works for Rado as well.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Shay.
Oh,
Okay.
all right.
Who was the next one?
I just didn't
Anthony?
recognize the name.
Charlie
Put it up.
Thiel.
I don't know who
Who?
that is.
Charlie Thiel. Yep, I know who that is. He does. I knew him from. Which?
Matt.
No.
That's you?
I just.
Your lighting is quite dramatic.
Quite dramatic. You look awfully yellow. What is it, jaundice? Do you have jaundice, Matt?
He can't hear you.
Let me see here. Yeah, Charles Thiel. I mean, I knew him from way back in the day. I can't.
Is that a YouTube channel?
No, I mean, here, hold on a second. I'll just Google him here. Charles Thiel YouTube channel. Okay. Charlie Thiel. No, that's not it. He's got like, I think it's like just tabletop gaming or something is what he's involved with.
Okay.
Hold on. Yep, that's what it is. Okay, never mind. Go on.
All right. What's Eric playing?
Yeah.
I think I've heard of him. Yeah.
What's Eric
Good.
playing?
Apparently not this.
What's it? No AI games.
Is that a YouTube channel?
I believe it's a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I think it's
I've seen
Instagram.
him before.
Maybe it's
All right,
Instagram,
well,
too.
He does a lot
I
of
mean,
pictures.
Well, that's awesome. Good for you, Eric. I didn't even know you existed for today, but it looks like you have good presentation and you occasional board game content, sometimes even more than that.
Okay.
Okay.
Senate.
Senate?
Senate.
Send it.
Senet.
Senate.
Senet. Is that
Yes.
again? Is this like a?
I don't know. It doesn't say where
It's
they're
that
from.
old
It just
game.
has a list.
The old Egyptian game.
That's an old Egyptian game.
Yeah, that's a really old Egyptian game. But yeah, no.
The first board game, I think.
The first board
Is it
game.
the first board game?
I think so.
Yeah, you
Really?
might be right.
I thought was the game. What was
Maybe.
it called?
Back when I was a young one.
Yeah.
Senate
Go ahead,
as well.
Andy. Senate.
Senate as well is like it says. Senate found in pre-dynastic and first dynasty burials of Egypt, 3500 BC, respectively, is the oldest board game known to have existed.
Okay.
Hmm.
Is Senate the what you call it? Is that that board game like zine?
No idea.
All right.
Yeah.
Space Biff.
Who?
Space Biff.
Never heard of him.
Okay, I
That's
don't know.
Dan Thoreau.
Dan Thoreau.
He's good.
Beyond
He's a good reviewer.
Solitaire.
I've
That's,
heard of them.
Yeah, she's good. She's good.
I didn't
YouTube.
hear-
We're Not Wizards.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
I don't know that one.
Never heard of them. Hold on. This is actually good. We're Not Wizards. It's a podcast?
Dr.
Yeah.
Liz.
It's a podcast by we're tabletop board games, card games, D&D role playing. We're Not Wizards. Cool. Yeah, it looks like they're a podcast.
Yeah.
Thing.
All right. Spielbar.
Never heard of
Is
that.
that a German thing?
I don't know.
I don't. Yeah, I never heard of it.
I'm just reading the list.
Oh, okay.
Spielbar. Who's next, Anthony?
What list is this?
People who won't
People who
review
have-
AI games.
Say they're not
They will
doing
not do
AI
any-
games anymore.
Content if it has generative AI.
Give Pause Hobby,
Is that like PAWS or
AUSE.
PUSE? Okay, different kind of pause.
Give
Never.
Pause, like to wait.
Yeah, got it.
Hobby.
Cardboard Time.
I never heard of that one.
What does that piece do?
Never heard of that.
Yeah, what does it do?
That's what it's called. What does that piece do? The Giant Brain,
Don't know that one.
Board Game Feast,
I don't know that one.
Board Game Quest,
This one, I
Heard of that
don't
one.
believe I heard of one.
and No Pun Included.
Yeah,
I've
I
heard
never
of
heard of that one.
And that was from a post from 5 days ago.
Did Dice Tower say they were going to do generative AI?
I don't know.
There will be a great number of channels that will be deafening in their absence. You know, they will not
Yeah.
take a stand. And there will be a huge amount of people that won't care.
Yes. I'm
The
thinking
majority. I'd
more.
say like
Yeah.
I think the
97%.
majority won't care.
Yeah, 95.
They will just be like, you know,
Or they'll
And there
care
have
for a
been
day.
several designers who have stepped up and said they will not work with publishers.
That's an interesting thing.
You know, I mean, I don't know. Right
Who are
now,
the designers?
I
Are
don't
they big
care.
designers, or are they just people trying to get a name?
No, they're
I
designers.
bet it's big names.
Okay.
right now, I don't care. Until we figure this shit out, I really don't care because it's not.
Yeah.
It's such a wild west right now that I don't even know what to care about. You know, like you were talking about last week, Scott. Where's the line?
It's not as cut and dry as I think.
No, it's not. And until I can make an informed opinion,
Yeah.
I haven't even formed my opinion yet. So
Yeah.
hard to say. I mean, like at the core of it,
I was talking to
do I-
somebody. They made a good point, and no, I don't know if this is the way art works, but what did he say? He said it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, right? If you throw that into Chat GPT. Oh, how did he put it? It was quite interesting the way he said it.
And yes, Senate
I
is
can
the
find his
magazine.
words.
A magazine.
Yes.
They're still around.
Yes.
What was
I
your
can't
point, Scott?
I can't remember what he said. Hold on, let me find it.
Well, it's still like Matt was saying, it's still in its infancy. I mean,
Right. It says you can take it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, a quote from a book, and tell the model to generate a quote based on that quote. It won't be that quote, but just the essence of it. Is that the way artwork will be? Will be an essence of artwork, or will not be? I mean, I know it's sort of I don't know how the math behind it all works with art. Is it a similar type of thing? I don't know. Is it plagiarism? Yeah.
is it?
I don't know.
I mean, like music, they take inspiration from shit. They even sample.
Well, so does art.
Yeah. I mean, is it kind of the same thing?
I don't know.
Can a computer have inspiration? You know, I mean, yeah, it's a weird discussion.
It was the blurst of times.
The blurst.
the blurst of time.
The burp
Oh!
of times.
I have a grievance.
What's your grievance?
It was a big grievance. Scott knows about it. So I print occasionally at home, and I have a color laser printer at home that I bought a few months ago. And the toner ran out. Like always, the starter toner is very, very small, right? There's like a small little charge to the toners that you get with the printer. So
Yeah.
A full set of HP printer toner was $600.
$600.
Yeah, because it's high yield. Like
Oh, it's a commercial. Okay. Okay.
No, it's not a commercial printer. It's just like an 8.5 by 11 Soho printer, like small office, home office printer.
$600.
But it's color, so there's 4 toners you got to get, right? CMYK.
Yeah.
And Each one of them is $150. So I'm like, I go online. I'll buy. I've had a couple of lasers before. I bought aftermarket toner from whoever makes them.
Right.
Found it for $280. Sweet. Ordered them off Amazon. I was printing like a madman. It was great. A week ago, I go to print something. It's been a few weeks since I printed something, and it wouldn't print. I'm like, oh, is the printer just asleep? Is it off? Like I go over check. There's a little printout or a little readout on the LCD. It says, you have used or counterfeit toner in your printer, and basically it wouldn't print. They pushed an update to the firmware that granted, it did say this before, but I was able to say, yeah, I'm okay with that. Just print. But now it's like, no, we're not going to print. I don't care if you're okay with it. We're not printing because you have counterfeit or used toner in here. That pissed me off.
Yeah, that would piss me off.
Not only did I potentially have to spend $600 on toner, I have $300 worth of toner that I literally just cracked open that I couldn't use.
Yeah.
So after 2 or 3 days of looking online and finding other people with solutions on Reddit and other stuff like that, I found 2022 July firmware. So I installed it and it fixed it. And then I went into my computer or my printer and said, do not auto update. Always ask me before you do anything. Fuck off.
Matt, are you using like the air thing to send to the printer?
No, it's through my network.
Oh, okay. Because I know that used to be the thing on them where if you like your warranty was voided if you used ink that wasn't theirs, but not that it would stop printing. I don't know if it was like so
HP actually got a class action suit against them where they had to pay $1.4 million.
Nice.
The last time they did this.
Oh, they did it before. You think they?
So literally, this was like a week
yeah.
ago or something like that. So I can see something happening. Okay, Kabuki, I'm going to try and change my white balance just for you.
Matt, did they catch the cake thief?
Oh yeah.
The what? Oh, so yeah,
the
about
cake
that. So the coffee shop across the street from us has a camera, and they caught the guy. It was basically a guy walking his dog, must have been high or something. Grabbed a rock but this big that we used outside for our A-frame so it wouldn't blow over in the wind, and chucked it through the door. Came in, stole some stuff. We have a rent-to-income housing about, I don't know, 15 blocks from maybe more than that, 15 to 20 blocks from our house, where there's a lot of police activity, we'll just say. And reports from people that know the dog, know the guy, because we have a dog park near our place, say that that's where he lives. It's over by this street. So, the coffee shop sent me a phone video of his monitor playing the video. I'm like, great, here's a hard drive. Can you just toss it on the hard drive? And I checked up with him today. This was a few days ago. I checked up with him today. He's like, yeah, about that. It got overwritten.
Oh.
I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
That sucks.
Huh?
So my wife is not going to be happy about that.
Keith Bloom.
Keith Bloom.
Oh my god.
I'm facing the wrong way. I need to show you guys cool stuff instead of
Yeah, we got your blinds.
Yeah. It's like
Show us cool stuff, Ink. That's the second time I think cool stuff.
there. So what's behind my big fat head?
A dragon.
That's an Elmore.
Yeah, that's actually the cover of the new book.
Oh,
That's super cool.
We gotta shut the door.
Maybe that's Keith Bloom, everyone, nephew of the people that ruined D&D. Sorry, but Keith had nothing to do with it.
That is true. I was an innocent bystander.
I was and that's there's more to it than just that story. But I mean, I remember I knew Keith for years before you told me that. You're like, oh yeah, those my uncles. And I was like, what? It's just like, Because Bloom's a fairly common name, right? So, I mean,
One of my friends went to the Dragon Dungeon Hobby Shop, right? It's now a museum. And she said, "Oh, I saw your last name there, you know, and just da 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 da." And I said, "Yeah, those are, you know," because she was looking at product, and Brian was the one who worked on product. And I said, "Oh, that's my Uncle Brian." She's like, "You know, you're crapping me." Like, no, that's my family. She's like, "No, you're kidding." I was like, "No, that was." And so her boyfriend was like nerding out on that. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I got cool stuff from them, but I had no part in it. One of my friends reminded me that my uncle came and visited, I can't remember, 77, 78, and we were playing the module. He was basically play testing with us before that. They were running it at Gen Con. It was the module where you encountered, I think it was Asmodeus, if that's how you pronounce his name. That one, yeah, or Orcus, one of the two, right? Where it's just like, yeah, you're not going to live through that. So that was, basically it was not that you lived through it. It was how far can you get, right? That was the nature of the adventure.
Oh my gosh, that brings back such memories for me.
Yeah. So that was fun. But yeah, when I picked up that piece, that's the original. When I picked up that piece, Larry showed me the offer letter that my other uncle, so Uncle Kevin, he was the president of TSR for a while. He explained to me the whole process of how he was hired. And my uncle flew down to Kentucky to hire him, and it was pretty neat. It's what I came away from, and it was fun talking to Larry about it, because eventually I asked Larry, I said, well, it seems like whoever was in charge, and I think it was one of the family members was like, whoever was in charge certainly had a good eye for artists, right? Because you had Parkinson, Elmore, and Caldwell all in the same art pit at one time.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently they made some pretty awful business decisions. So it's like, had a great eye for art, some other stuff, not so much. But
well, I mean, and like there's a long-standing commentary about like how TSR folded and how Gary Gygax got kind of thrown out of his own company or whatever, is the fact that, you know, they were all I mean, Arneson, Gygax, and those fellas, I mean, they weren't businessmen, right? They were creators. So right. when it came time to actually, you know, run a company, they didn't know what they were doing. And that's why they, you know, unfortunately signed contracts and all kinds of things that just kind of, you know, ruin. There's a really good book,
Slaying the Dragon
by Ben Riggs, that is worth the read. You know, I mean, I loan my copy out to everybody, you know, just like, you know, to read it. Now, there's like several books that are all written about TSR eventually folding and being sold to Wizards of the Coast, and absolutely, depending upon the person that writes the book, I mean, Ben, in my opinion, he does not present it like, here's the story, you interpret it. You know, he definitely has a side in the way he describes what people. He stays pretty objective, but I mean, he definitely does hold begrudgment against a few of the people. His mindset does slide into some other things and like, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's interesting when I think it was Computer Gaming World did a 25th anniversary article about Dungeons and Dragons. And I feel like, I think they actually, I believe Gary was still alive maybe. And Lorraine, they interviewed Lorraine. And my uncle wasn't, Brian was still alive then. He passed away a couple of years ago. And I reached out to the author of the article and said, you know, it seems like the Blooms are kind of getting slammed in this article, yet you never interviewed any of them.
Yep.
And so I'm just like, did you try or whatever? And the guy said, well, I tried to reach out to Brian and I couldn't find him. And this was back when on the internet, the white pages was still there, right? So I don't know how hard he tried. But what I do know, I reached out to my uncle and said, hey, I talked to this guy and he said if you wanted to comment or what, he'd post like an addendum or whatever you want to call it, right, in the next issue. And my uncle was just like, I don't care. Like I wound up, and when he said that, I just took it as he had put that in the rearview mirror. Like he played Magic extensively and board games extensively afterwards. And I got that, he was the one who turned me on to Liar's Dice. So when I got to meet Richard Borg in person, that was like a thing come full circle that was just so awesome, because when I was introduced to Liar's Dice, I was like, this is just such a fun game. And I feel like it literally was one of those things where it was like, that's a part of my life that I put in the past. And I fully, the small piece that I feel like I was able to put two and two together and talk to my dad about it, because TSR offered my dad a job back in the late 70s, mid-late 70s. And my father worked at IBM. And so it was one of those things where, they don't think they could pay him. But my grandfather, gave them like working capital or seed money to get started. And the idea was it was a place for his sons to work. And my grandfather was a good businessman. He owned Wisconsin Tool and Die for a while. He did very well for himself from nothing. And I do remember philosophically, like, he felt like it was not the right way to run a company where like owners in the company were taking royalties. He felt like that was kind of double dipping. I remember philosophically he had an issue with that. And so I feel like he wasn't necessarily involved with the running of the business. But it was one of those things where I know they were at odds with that. And I feel like had I been Gary, I do appreciate that when my uncles basically sold to Lorraine, I would feel like I had been betrayed, right? But I think philosophically, my guess is Lorraine probably gave them a better deal. That's the piece I just don't know, and maybe the numbers are out there somewhere. But I could see how he probably felt like, no, this should be sold back to me. And they probably were just like, we're selling it to the highest bidder. And I appreciate that would have not sat well and probably didn't sit well with people who look back on it. So
I'm trying to remember the thing in the book, but like suppose like it was like, if according to and Anthony, you can remind me, as I take it you read the book too, the Slaying the Dragon book.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, when it came to Gary buying the Blooms back, like they had a handshake deal on it or something like that, and then the funding fell through or something on Gary's end, and then they were like, sorry, it's like they were not interested in continuing. But I can't remember exactly what it was.
I think part of it was not that they necessarily had the handshake. I think Gary just assumed that this was going to be a thing. Again, not necessarily a handshake thing, but they're kind of like a understanding. But yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a while since I read it. But There's something about after they were ousted in the executive positions that they ended up selling to Lorraine.
It is really weird how, like, with the era of, you know, social media and Facebook especially, that all of these, you know, like literally, like in some cases, like with Jim Ward, these old wizards of D&D, like how you become social media Facebook friends with them and you get to see them post all kinds of stuff. And like Tim Kask and like aforementioned Jim Ward and the Ernie and Luke Gygax, people like that, they post stuff all the time and they just lay it out there. They don't care, you know, just like, this is my opinion, this is what's stupid, this is what sucks, you know, I'm old and got a foot in the grave, and you know, if you got a problem with what I gotta say, oh well, don't care.
Keith, I'm curious, did your uncle ever talk about the legacy of the game, like the direction it went into? Not necessarily, you know, how the game outgrew him, in a sense, like how Roddenberry looked back on Star Trek, you know, stuff like that.
The thing that I remember about it, I don't know if it was ever a thing where it outgrew him. It's interesting. So there are two things I just want to touch upon. One is when I talked to him, I do remember more about the evolution of the game itself, where what I think we were talking about 3rd edition. But I can't remember specifically. But what he said is the earlier versions he felt were more for storytellers, which, and I don't remember, but one of the editions got really technical about rules, and I can't remember which one it was. And I know philosophically he was just like, you know, and he wasn't condemning it. I don't know if I had made some comment where it seems like there's a lot of stuff to remember now or whatever, and he just said, well, no, the later version, you know, this particular edition is more for, you know, people who want to have rules for things, and the earlier ones were for storytellers. And I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense. But I see it's kind of self-evident is that when you first come out with a product, that's a natural evolution, right? Like you come out with something, and role playing in the sense of how it was presented was, I think, in some way, new is relative term, right? But so you don't want to over prescribe it, right? It's just like, well, here's some guidelines, right? You know, to follow. But the thing that I fully appreciate as a you know, family member observer, that I didn't see everything, because when I was I was a member of the Gamma board for a while, and I only mention this because at the time, Rick Loomis and Mike Stackpole,
oh man, Rick Loomis,
were both
sucks that we lost him.
Yeah, absolutely. And so members of Flying Buffalo, and so Rick actually says to me, it's like, oh, I remember Gen Con 3, you know, I slept on your Uncle Kevin's, you know, living room floor for, you know, when we were there. And I remember Mike Stackpole saying to me, yeah, your uncle told me, you know, we're going to bury you. And I said, huh, I said, I'm assuming that was Kevin, because Kevin was the lawyer and kind of a more, he was a cold person. Just to be frank about it. Whereas my Uncle Brian, when I played games with him and things like that, like I enjoyed those. He was a little intense, but like still, you know, playing games and in that sense. And Mike corrected me and said, nope, it was your Uncle Brian that said. I'm like, huh, okay. So to me, it reinforces that, you know, them in the business arena were not the people I saw like as a family member at a reunion or a wedding, or which makes sense, you know, as I say that.
Yeah.
But so I think to answer your question, I do feel it was more about specific things. He didn't. we didn't really talk too much into kind of the legacy of it as much. And then when he got ill, he had Lewy body dementia, the thing that Robin Williams had.
Yeah.
And when that set on, he started to lose his capacity in that regard. So there really wasn't much. Although his my Aunt Vicky, his wife, is still alive, and so as we're talking about this, I'm going to talk to her, and I'm going to see if she, conversations they might have had or whatnot, because she is, for me, the remaining link to those family members, because Kevin, our family, lost touch with him a while ago. So I don't know if he's still alive or not. He was the oldest of the brothers who worked at Doug is still with us. He was I feel like he was HR, maybe. He was not on the creative side and not as high up. But I should ask him too. So
are we playing initials?
Yeah, we'll play initials.
I got a boogie.
Oh, yeah.
I got to do a database upgrade tonight.
Ooh.
Don't let me ramble. Good grief. Don't let me keep us from playing
whatever.
the game. This sounds promising. I'm ready.
Have you played this game, Keith?
I have not.
What is it like? Why do we do this every fucking week? Why can't you just say the fucking initials?
Yeah, that's not going to work.
We still don't know what the
So
hell
I
it
can't
is.
see it. Okay, now we got it. Every answer initials are BW.
All right, Keith. So there are
The
six
answer-
clues. There are 6 clues.
Well, you got to come up with a name
Yeah, and then
or
so
a person or thing.
yeah, and so you just, if you think you know the answer, you say your name. So you would say Keith, and then if you think you know the answer. Now we are going to institute the Anthony rule. Anthony rule is you're not allowed to answer anything until the 3rd clue.
I have not been able to get on the first clue.
Was it third or fourth?
Well, then you won't notice any difference, Anthony, if that's the case.
Was it 3rd or 4?
You
Third.
How many clues are there? 5 or 6?
6.
Okay, so 3rd clue is halfway through.
So otherwise, Anthony runs away with it because he's just too good at this game. So, all right, here we go. Was
he
once
had a buzz in.
what?
I guess you could still buzz in.
But
the pressure on.
But you'll have 5 seconds to answer, and you can't answer, and then you'll be out. So your choice.
You buzz in with your name, by the way.
Keith, you say your name if you want to answer.
I got that part. The rest,
Okay.
And if you get it wrong, you're out for that one. But later ones you get to go. So here we go. Was once told by Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles they didn't get an Oscar nomination because of reptile prejudice. Clue number 2. Connected to Gilda Radner, Sherry O'Terry, Nassim Pedrad, and Rachel Dratch.
I don't know who any of them are.
You don't know who Gilda Radner is?
Rhoda.
Oh, I do know. I do know her. Okay.
Okay. Clue number 3 has been seen on the Today Show. Clue number 4 did not get along with Jenny McCarthy. Clue number 5 connected to fascinating people.
Anthony.
Matt.
Anthony.
Barbara Walters.
Barbara Walters is correct. Well done.
I forgot how many I had to wait for.
I forgot about.
When did
you know it?
4, right?
Probably
knew it
the
after the
second
second one.
question. Yeah.
Quit your crying.
Yeah, I think we need to
Right.
change the number for Anthony.
Yeah, Anthony can't answer until all 6 have gone by and one person has been allowed to guess. Here we go. Clue number 1 dated Rachel Green.
Who?
Rachel Green. Pay attention. Clue number 2 was shot and killed in 1999. Clue number 3 was a New York City detective. Clue number 4. Time traveled in 2012. Clue number 5. Was in outer space.
Keith.
Barry.
Keith.
Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis is
Yes.
correct. See, it's yeah. Hope he's doing.
We're
Okay.
on Quinn.
All right,
Was it
well done.
Looper that he time traveled in?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
That was a good little movie.
I wanted to
It
like
was.
it.
He dated Jennifer Aniston?
In Friends.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are you eating, Keith?
Grapes.
Grapes? No.
I breakfast, if you could believe it.
You just getting up?
Caramel chocolate bar nut. I was at BCon and my schedule just got, I was actually streaming when Lance, I'm on Whatnot. I sell sports cards or football cards primarily, but some other stuff.
Oh, cool.
So I've
Whatnot?
let my sleep routine get whacked out. And so this is actually my first meal of the day. It's like,
That's crazy.
yeah,
I guess Whatnot's still a thing.
unwise. Do what?
Whatnot's still a thing, huh?
It's actually hit an inflection point.
Really?
It's blown out. Yeah,
I haven't
think
done it in a while.
I think it's
I
gonna
bought
be
some Funko stuff from there.
yeah,
Pops,
yeah.
pops and stuff.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, that's fine.
It's an online auction, live auctions.
There you go. Clue number 1. Appeared in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Clue number 2. Appeared after a shootout in 1999's Dogma. Clue number 3. Debuted in 1985. Clue number 4. This is connected to being immobilized. Clue number 5. This could be connected to airplanes. Final clue. America's pop rock band, Mr. Mister, had this Main
Aldi.
Street. Ooh.
I don't know who was that.
I think it's Matt a hair before Aldi, but
I heard no way.
I think we need to go to the
Oh, we
tape.
got to go to the tape.
We got to go to the tape. Kabuki.
Aldi's getting ass fucked on
It's
this
screwed.
one.
I think this, hold on. Well, you have Kabuki rewind the tape, and I heard like it just might be. I heard. Oh, Kabuki Kid, Matt was
Yeah.
first. Matt,
Wings.
broken wings, baby, broken wings. Take these broken wings.
It's so crazy that I heard your name after I said mine. It's so weird.
How is that attached to Dogma? Because it was so.
Oh, they
What
tore
was
their
the
wings
name?
off.
wings off.
They
They
tore
tore
their
the
wings
Angels'
off.
wings off.
Oh, I forgot that part. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Did you ever hear Kevin Smith's story about when Dogma opened up, and there was all these Christian
The
group,
Baptist, the East
the
Baptist.
and they were
yeah.
protesting like in Red Hook, New Jersey. They were protesting like really quiet protests, but they were protesting the release. So him and Jay go there and they make these Bristol board signs up. One of them's Dogma is dog shit and all this stuff, and they're holding them up, and then the people come over and they're like, we don't need that kind of attention. That's wrong. You should not be protesting like that. We don't protest like that.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure they
That's
were
funny.
surprised at the response.
That's funny.
Clue number 1
Mm.
is often written. Clue number 2, widely considered acceptable in business.
Anthony,
Go ahead.
bad words.
You're out for this one. Clue number 3, intended to be polite.
Turd Ferguson.
Clue number 4, can appear in letters.
Matt,
Go.
best wishes.
Best wishes is correct. Well done. Here we go. Clue number 1. Connected to Lake Placid. Clue number 2. Was included in the Toy Story franchise. Clue number 3. Connected to a rose. Clue number 4. Connected to Mary Tyler Moore.
Matt,
Go ahead, Matt.
Betty White.
Betty
Yeah.
White. Oh man, I thought Anthony had that one. I was just waiting. I was like, I think you have the 2.
I was waiting for the 6th clue. I can't speak.
Oh, whatever. You can ring in after 2. I already said.
I'm ringing on the first one.
Well, then I won't call on you until we get to clue number 3. So there you go. Clue number 1. Are often part of festivals. Clue number 2. The first word is often skipped.
Anthony,
Go ahead, Anthony.
bandwagon.
And
Repeat the second
3.
clue. Repeat the second clue.
Clue number 2 is the first word is often skipped. Clue number 3. Reportedly debuted in 1964 in New York. Clue number 4. Their popularity increased after Super Bowls in the early 90s. Clue number 5. The average American has about 90 of these a year. Final clue. Often connected to blue cheese or ranch.
Matt.
Alding.
Matt. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Scott.
Buffalo wing.
Yeah.
Buffalo wings is
See?
correct.
In Canada, we don't call them fucking buffalo wings. They're just wings.
Well, that's why the
That's
first
his
word
point.
is off.
That's why the word's left off regularly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, see,
That was the second or third.
Yeah,
clue,
there you
Matt.
go. You could have.
I don't know what you're talking about.
that happened to us at fucking Gamma. We went to a restaurant, and then the rest of the waiter comes over. Like me and James Hudson and Lydia were like being really loud, and she comes over. She's like, and they found out I was Canadian. They're like, she says, "Can you say something for me?" I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Can you say about for me?"
Mm.
And I said it. She's like, "Oh, I thought so. Yeah." Anyways,
I would have said about.
I did. I
Yeah.
thought I did. Apparently, I didn't quite enough.
It's sometimes. I mean, we up here we also make our O's sound weird too compared to the rest of the.
Yes.
So not as bad as you weirdos, but I mean. Anyway, here we
Same
go.
Roof.
Shut up. Rough. Anyway, clue number 1. Ty Burrell was 1. Clue number 2 is white. Clue number 3 connected to Rafi.
What?
Anthony,
Anthony.
beluga whale.
Beluga whale is correct.
How is it connected to Rafi?
Baby beluga.
Oh.
Baby beluga.
How was Ty Burrell a beluga whale?
I have no idea.
Maybe he was like on a team, a sports team that was the
Maybe. Yeah.
in Modern Family.
Yeah.
All right. Barry,
Yes.
just making sure your microphone works. All right, here we go.
Appeared.
Appeared in
Not
the
stoned enough.
appeared in the 1999 video game Sim City 3000. Clue number 2 is connected to Bruce Springsteen, David Hasselhoff, and David Bowie. Clue number 3 can be seen partially on places like eBay. Clue number 4. Connected to JFK. Clue number 5. Included checkpoints. Final clue. Divided a city from Keith.
Berlin Wall.
Yeah.
Berlin Wall is correct. A buddy of mine, his dad and his wife like sold their house to move to a condo or whatever, just to downsize or whatever. And they were going through a bunch of their stuff, and like his wife said, like they were going through all this stuff and they found this like bag and it was full of like rocks. They're like, what is this? He's like, I have no idea. Throw it out. And then they realized like a week or two later, like, oh, those were our pieces of the Berlin Wall that we collected when we were in Germany. They like literally, it was just like one of those things that were like, yeah, oops. Yeah, now in a landfill.
We have some
somewhere.
Berlin Wall. We have a piece in here in Dallas.
Yeah.
There's like it's in one of the hotels.
That's cool. Came down when I was a senior in high school. It's crazy. Anyway, clue number 1 was part of a non-profit. Clue number 2 once appeared on a monorail. Clue number 3 his home once set on fire with him in it, but he was rescued. Clue number 4 once fell down a well. Clue number 5 connected to Robert Pattinson. Final clue. His parents were killed when he was young, long before. Go ahead, Matt.
Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Wayne is correct.
Should have had that.
I'm protesting.
Why?
Well, I can't answer on the first one, so I'm not answering at all.
Oh, well, as long as you
would
can hang
have
your
got
hat.
that on the first one.
You can hang your hat on it. Yeah,
Son of a
you
bitch.
could have
No,
rung
it's
in.
all right. You gotta. No, it's okay.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Hang your hat on that. That's your excuse. Okay, I got it.
Is my microphone working?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I
Here we
said
go.
Barry 3 times this time. I'm having this.
Really?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I had it on the third clue.
Yeah, we didn't hear it.
Yeah, I think I got it.
You're muted.
It's
Yeah.
this. I'm having issues with the microphone.
All right, take a point away from Matt. Give it to Barry.
No,
I'm fine with that.
it's all right.
Oh, see, that's
Pity
good
point, pity
sportsmanship. Pity point. Yeah, there we
No,
go.
it's not a big point.
Here we go. Clue number 1
Technical issues.
often occurs to avoid embarrassment. Clue number 2 can take place with both genders. Clue number 3 includes removal. Clue number 4 often connected to a cloth strip.
Anthony,
Go ahead.
baby wipe.
Eh.
Good guess.
Clue number 5 American, Brazilian, or French.
Aldi.
Matt,
Aldi.
Bikini wax.
Bikini wax is correct. Here we go.
How many more we got?
Got 4 left. It's anybody's
Okay.
game.
Anybody's game.
It's anybody's game.
Anthony's
Turn it
like
on now.
taking
Turn
the
it
gloves
on.
off
Yeah.
even before
All
Lance
right.
starts the first clue. Anthony.
Yeah. Clue number 1 his first name is Jerry. Clue number 2 once owned the General Lee. Clue number 3 his nickname came from an actor on Police Academy. Clue number 4 often seen crying. Clue number 5. Has won multiple titles in Georgia.
Anthony,
Go ahead.
Bill Walton,
And final clue. This left-hander was once one of the highest ranked golfers in the world. 5, 4.
Aldi.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And anybody else? 5,
Keith,
4. Keith. 5.
Phil Mickelson.
Well, that's not even close to B and W, but you know.
Oh, I thought that was a BS clue. I didn't realize.
So let's see. Maybe Bill Wickelson would have been correct.
I totally spaced it. Good grief! I've been making this harder than it had to be. Not
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bubba Watson. Bubba Watson is the.
Wow, never heard of that person.
Yeah, I have just because of just tertiary stuff, but whatever.
That's a bad one.
All right, Barry is mathematically eliminated, but he can king make. Here we go. Clue number
Who would I
1.
king make? Matt?
Matt, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Clue
I'll
number
do
1.
that. Fuck Andy.
Appeared in 50 first states. Clue number 2. Briefly appeared in Austin Powers in Goldmember. Clue number 3. Introduced to North America in 1962. Clue number 4. Can be circular or square. Clue number 5. Often seen near chicken.
Matt,
Anthony,
Matt.
this is
5.
probably not right. Barbed wire.
And Anthony, do you want to ring in?
no, I'll take the next clue.
Okay.
You were gonna say that?
Yeah, he doesn't have to. He has to
No.
guess.
Oh,
Because if he had the
no.
same guess as you, he doesn't have to say the same thing.
Hmm.
Here we
Who
go.
uses barbed wire near a chicken, Matt?
All right, here we go. Final clue.
I'm Canadian.
Okay.
They have pockets and most commonly appear in the morning. 5,
That's the final clue.
4,
They have
3,
pockets.
2,
Aldi.
Aldi. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anyone else? 5, 4, 3, 2.
Barry.
Barry.
Nah. Birdwatch.
Birdwatch. No.
Birdwatchers. Yeah.
Anthony or no, actually it's Anthony or Keith. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's wrong with my camera? It keeps flickering. in.
Breakfast. Think breakfast.
Belgian waffles.
Belgian waffles would have been correct, but unfortunately.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I
That's
don't
terrible.
think I would have gotten that if I had.
I have to say the clues in this expansion are
Shit.
somewhat suspect.
All right, so now I am actually I can win. I can
Yeah,
win
good.
now if nobody gets the last 2.
Come up with
so,
some bullshit 4, 5, 6 clues and you'll be good.
yeah, there you go. All right, clue number 1. Connected to many murderers. Clue number 2. Connected to a famous pool player. Clue number 3. Connected to a famous competitive eater. Clue number 4. Often goes by Natasha.
Anthony,
Anthony.
Black Widow.
Black
Widow.
Widow is correct. All right, so we got 1 left.
What's the competitive food eater?
I don't know. I'm sure there's like a
There's
competitive.
Probably
a,
one
there's a
nicknamed
woman
Black
called
Widow.
Black Widow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have 1
Anthony
left.
Natasha
I stand by my statement about these.
I have filed.
I filed my complaints. At the
One of the
front
clues.
office.
This game was.
Here's the thing. I don't even know if I care if I get these games anymore.
This
I'm not
game
gonna
is,
play them.
it's filed under protest.
This game's found.
One of the clues is I called my best friend this in the 7th grade.
All right, here we go. Final one. If Anthony gets it, he ties for the win. If anybody else gets it, Matt wins.
But Matt already won.
No, you can tie for the win.
You
Yeah,
can
Matt
tie.
already won though.
How?
Oh,
That's the tiebreaker. If you tie me, you win.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
is that a new rule?
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
We make up rules as we go along here.
Yeah.
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 So here we go. Clue number 1. Lucian B. Smith is considered its inventor. Clue number 2. Often seen on arms. Clue number 3. Connected to walls. Clue number 4. Connected to trench warfare.
Barry.
Aldi.
Barry.
Barbed wire.
Barbed wire is correct. And with that, you king make Matthew.
That was a playing stand.
Yeah. And elevate him to the winner's circle. And that is the initials. You can pick up your own copy at theinitialsgame.com.
GG.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
GG.
yeah, I gotta head home.
Database time.
We only had one sports person in that whole thing.
Well,
As it
yeah,
should
bubble
be.
up and-
It was one
and,
too
you know,
many.
well, before everybody goes, go back dark.
Well, you guys can
Domains.
keep talking.
Well, I know, but I mean, I should probably go to bed.
He's
too.
just got here.
I know. We'll hang out and talk RPGs here for a while, but and games and what have you. But go back Dark Domain,
See
7th
you, Scott.
edition. It's since last 48 hours. If you already backed it, back it again.
What was it?
Dark Domains. It's like it's the worker placement game where you start off as a good guy, but you're actually working for the evil guy. And at some point in the game, you have to like make the choice to flip your buildings to the evil side so they can start creating evil points for you instead of making like your resources. It's kind of cool. It's like you have to time it well because you have to make sure you have the resources that allow you to continue to like hire and get the monsters that help you fight off the adventurers that are going to come and try to take you down. And but you also can't really win the game unless you flip your buildings over to the evil side. I did a review of the original like 4 or 5 years ago, and I did a overview of the new stuff.
Just added a great review from Undead Viking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was because that was and so why did you guys go with the like I mean obviously the Oriental Adventures, I guess, would be like for the D&D, like why the Asian flair for the expansion? I was wondering why you went with that theme. Was it just because the lore or what?
Yeah, I think that was something, the mysticism side of it. There are many expansions that are in play, and so that was, and they have different themes, locales to them, and I think that was really, yeah, I think the lore and interest in that theme is the driver.
I was just, it was. It just not that it's a bad idea for the theme at all. I mean, I like the new market and everything. It adds a lot to it and more things you can do. So one of the reasons why it's better, if you will. But yeah, that was totally one of those sleeper games that like it like everybody who played it said this is really fun and it's really cool. And I love because like the game is set up in a way that where you put your workers on this time track where basically you start with the 1 and you move your way around this track, and it isn't one of those games where you worker place and I'm going to put my thing here and I'm going to collect my stuff. You actually put your people down in the spots that you want, and the resources that you collect and the stuff you do like on like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way around the track like determines like what you're capable to do later. But then you have the worriment of like, oh well, I really want to do that, but in order to do that, I have to do this first. But I'm worried somebody's going to take that. So do I take that action and then hope that other spot's available to me so I can still do that? I mean, I don't know. There's all these kind of cool things like that you have to take into account when you're making your moves. Plus the theme's cool. So I mean, it was Dark Domains is the game, girly gamer. Dark Domain. Yeah, just it's in its last 48 hours right now. So
Yeah, we just tipped into that probably a couple hours ago. I think.
Yeah, that is correct. You did.
Correct.
So I asked, so anyway, how much AI art did you use for that one, Keith Bloom?
All of it.
I'm just giving you the business. I'm not trying to be like some fact finding moron or whatever. I don't know. Like we talked a little bit about the AI stuff or whatever last time we were here.
Yeah, no, we didn't use so we have not used AI with that game.
That's good. I mean, well, or bad, or I don't know. I mean, like Matt said earlier. It's like,
I mean, that's not the only piece I have. I collect a lot of original art. And so philosophically, I like supporting artists as I can. So I kind of lean in the direction. I don't say lean. I'm in the camp of I feel like I'd rather have art done. I appreciate that it's an ongoing discussion and it can change over time. Like I know one person, it was somebody who was at BCon. It's an individual creator, artist, and he had to do like 300 cards and just basically said, look, I work on a budget and I can't do all of them, in any kind of timely fashion. And so I've used them as like a baseline type thing. And then he goes in and kind of cleans or adapts each one. But he was upfront about it. So I appreciate, I think the big thing in Kickstarter has absolutely required that you disclose if you do that so that people know what they're getting. But that to me was certainly a circumstance that I can appreciate, right? Whereas if you're creating your own game and it is a type of game where it has a lot of art to it, that's the thing that I think is deceptive, right? You buy like Dominion, right? Had a lot of different art on the cards, games that do that, where the physical components aren't that expensive, but how much it cost to create that game when you've got all these different pieces of art can be quite expensive. So, I appreciate their circumstances where that can create a time issue as well as a financial issue.
Barry, do you have an opinion on it in any way, shape, or form?
I think I said last week, this is just a tool that I think every publisher will use once they prove it because it'll cut costs on their end. Yeah, for the most part. I think people are standing on, morals and all that now, but it'll be part of the new tool system soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a slowly turning up the water on the frog analogy, right? It'll just slowly ingratiate itself into the way that we do things, to the point where, if you publish, margins are so super thin when it comes to stuff. I mean, thankfully, at Gray Fox, we have partnerships with established artists that we don't need to use it. I mean, so it's like one of those things where it's like we've been doing business, like the people that the guy who does all our art for our Vikings for our Midgard stuff. It's one of those things where it's so ingrained the relationship that we get really good deals on the art that's done for us. So we don't have to, but I mean, if we had like a brand new IP, I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think that it's absolutely something that,
Shane would be like, yeah, this costs.
No, I know. When Shane heard about it, he was like, this is great, basically because of the fact that you could, you can do it. I mean, I know for a fact that like tons of people, like for their TTS mods for Tabletop Simulator, people use Mid-Journey art for those all the time, right? It's just a placeholder. It's something that sits there. It looks nice. The presentations help. The prototypes that we get, absolutely, people are using AI art for their stuff. I mean, that doesn't mean that it's getting used. It just it makes it so instead of it's just a piece of white paper, it's something that you can see. I don't know. I mean, it's like I also have so many friends that are artists, right? In the board game world, that I don't want to see them lose money and not, have, I don't know. There's so many facets to it that it's tough to like really put your finger on something and say,
Well, and the line will blur. That's like what you're describing, both of you. I recognize and appreciate. Sean was explaining something that in the Adobe tools, you can paint a picture, and what AI will do is, let's say you did a picture in portrait and you need something in landscape. AI will actually, like if you're doing, somebody's sitting on a brick wall, and the AI will actually extend the scenery out, right? And do it in such a way that it's seamless, right? And so one of the things that Sean pointed out to me that I think, it reinforces what you all are describing, where it's going to, the line will continue to blur, like literally and figuratively, in the sense that, like clone stamping, right? Like that's something, if you were doing digital work and the artist went in and said, I need to extend bleed or whatever, and they go in and do that digitally, like in such a way where they're basically grabbing something and pasting it over there. Like, well, is that effectively the same thing? And I think you could make a case that it is, right? If they're not creating a new piece and they're kind of, I'm going to clone this tree and change the color slightly and then start, or the foliage, and start stamping it to extend it. It's like, well, is that kind of in the same vein? And that's what I mean by, I think the line kind of starts to blur. So it's a tool, right? And so could it be something where an artist does the initial piece and then AI, builds out from it or something like that? And so it's a hybrid of some sort. It could be, right? But
I mean, we went through this in the past. I mean, like I was saying, when I was working on the trains with the
hold that thought. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, you do that. You're asking a stoner to hold his thought, Jesus. But yeah, like I said, and people will use this to profit off it somehow, whether it's financially or their status in the hobby, whatever. They will milk. Well, we won't support this because it uses AI or whatever until the end, because it'll be what's new on the new talking point. What do you think, Anthony?
I think we have to just wait and see what happens. I mean,
yeah, I'm the same.
It's going to come down to, yes, everyone wants people to make money for what they do, to get paid for their jobs, but it's bottom line for everybody. And it doesn't seem like people, there are a lot of people who care, and there's other people who just don't. Like, they don't know. Like, here's what I find has kind of ironic about the whole situation is that people who are up in arms about using AI because people are not, their artists are not getting paid and whatever, don't have a problem with the game being made in China, where the people are getting paid pennies,
or that the game is shit and they're going to charge people hundreds of dollars for it.
Right, but that's the whole thing. Why is it this much? And this game is this much. Why do you think you can charge that much for it? Because that's business. That's how it is. There used to be a time when as was mentioned earlier that Jenna mentioned the fact that people would look at something and go, "Oh, this is $300 and this is $200, so 300 must be better," and it's not. So I'm on this thing that I like to do this. I like to buy the store brand of things, like at the supermarket, and try to figure out which company makes it for them.
Right. They're all made by one.
Because Stop and Shop, ShopRite do not make their own potato chips.
No.
Somebody else makes them and bags them and sends them out. So whose potato chips are in the store?
Even vegetables, right? Those kind of things, right?
Yeah.
It's everything.
Branded, yeah, absolutely.
And they're usually from one bigger company, like hers will just drop the name of it. And
But yeah, that's how it works. I mean, now you have things like the ketchup at Walmart is different than the ketchup that you buy in the supermarket.
It is.
It's true. And that's because of Walmart. But that's the whole thing is you can be upset about things until it affects you somehow. So again, if you need, your game has 600 cards in it and each one has art on it, 600 pieces of art is a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money. So then people are going to start complaining that, oh, it's 600 cards, but all the art is the same. There's only 6 different pieces of art on it. There's 100 cards with each. Like, when does it stop? I mean, there's a point where you sit there and you're like, okay, yes, and you get the people like, I would rather pay more. Like, no, you wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't. And well, like, fine, you're 1 out of 1,000. I mean, like literally, like fine. I will make you a special edition. I will get art for all 600 cards.
Take it to something else. Okay, so like let's use McDonald's as an example. Okay, I don't eat McDonald's very often, but McDonald's used to be you can go in, you're in a rush. There's a McDonald's. I can stop and get something. You'd go in, you'd get a couple of hamburgers, fries, and a drink. And I'm not talking about like, in the 80s. I'm talking about even a couple of years ago. And you'd spend $8.
Yeah.
$8. Couple of cheeseburgers, small fry, small drink. $8 tops. Now you go and it's like $17.
Yeah.
Like if I'm going to spend $17, you know what? I'm going to spend $5 more and go and get a burger somewhere where it's not McDonald's.
Right.
Yeah, you want it, but you can sit there and you're going to go, oh my God, everything's so expensive. Yeah, because people want to get paid. And that includes the people who are doing the work and the people who own the company.
But I was getting to what my point is before Lance went AWOL. This happens in the past, but that money's not going to go, the publishers or creators or whatever is not going to say, oh, we'll save the money on art. We're just going to keep that. We're going to charge the same price. Like I was saying, with the trains, we went to the automatic tellers, and then the auto industry went to robots. They still charge the same price. It's not like they gave people a discount on them. Yeah.
I remember when, like, the Metro card, trains, when Metro cards started coming out. If you went and we were taking one ride, like you weren't riding the train regularly, you were going there, you'd go and they'd give you a token. And you put the token in the machine still. Right. Now you go and they give you a card.
Yeah.
Because collecting the tokens costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we have to hire people to count these tokens. We have to have machines to then count them all and re-roll them and send them back. That's a lot of expense. So we'll just print these cards. These cards cost, we get 1,000 of them for 3 cents.
Yeah, I mean it's. and so this is one of those things where I don't consider myself to be like such an elevated, like genius when it comes to dealing with idiots, and their complaints. But it's like, and it's one of those things where it just bothers me that there are like in the RPG world, there are all these people that create really cool stuff, like that I like reading, and will use in my D&D games or my Call of Cthulhu games and things like that. But then one of the problems of being like having them in social media and stuff like that is that you get like this bullshit response about how 5e is ruining D&D and all this stuff because they're old white men who can't grasp the fact that like there aren't enough old white men out there to buy the books to make so WotC can't make money off of you anymore. But there are all of these people that are 20 years, 30 years younger than you that want to play D&D, who want the books that WotC is creating now, and they can make money by selling the stuff to them. And they're like, oh, you're ruining D&D. No, actually they're not. They're not. They're making a product that the vast majority of their buying public wants. And it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, just the world is moving on without you. And I've said this on countless ones of these shows. It's like, as we get old, less stuff is made for you. There's less music that's made for you. There's less TV shows that are made for you. There's less movies that are made for you. You just need to find the people that are still making the stuff that you want, and that's what you'll digest. And do not become the old man on the street corner, shaking his fist at clouds.
The other thing about when these things come up is it's the stupidest expression we use. Let them know with your dollar. Don't spend your money.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if something is wrong, and there are 100,000 of us that agree it's wrong, and so we're not going to give them any money, there's a million other people out there who have no problem.
Yeah.
There are people who have no idea what's going on with things.
Yep.
And there's people who just don't care. Even if they know what's going on, they don't care.
Yeah.
Well, people are voting with their dollar for it's like things like, well, it's cheaper here. And I don't care. I don't care that my t-shirt was made in a sweatshop. I don't care. I want to pay $9 for this t-shirt.
Right.
That's what I want to pay. And I don't know what you're supposed to do with that. I mean, it's just, and that's another thing. And again, I realize I'm kind of in my own way an old man shaking his fist at clouds. Like, we only want to be upset about the stuff that's convenient for us to be upset about. People are like, oh, I can't believe that they're doing this, that, or the other thing, and the injustices of this world. And it's like,
that's the thing. So there's a video online. I won't say who it is because I don't want to cause anything, but it's someone questioning someone who's a vegan.
Okay.
And the question they proposed to them is, why are you a vegan? And their point was that they they believe that animals should be treated with respect, and that they're living creatures and blah blah blah, and they shouldn't eat them or whatever. And okay, fine. And then they turned around and said, do you eat avocados? And they said, yes. And they're like, do you realize that billions of bees are imported into California?
Yeah.
So they can pollinate and create avocados, and then billions of bees die as a result of it. Are they
with
not
the
animals?
almonds too? Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I care about the things I care about that I know about. And the things I don't know about, I don't sit there and investigate every company if I go to buy something. I'm like, ooh, what does this person think? What is this? Where's their stuff made? What is it made out of? Like, yes, I'm sure there are people who are like that, who check every single thing, but most people just don't care.
Yeah.
It is what it is, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's dumb. I mean, but like I said, it's like we get mad about the stuff that's convenient for us, and the stuff that isn't convenient, we turn a blind eye to. So I mean, and we're all wonderfully hypocritical.
Yeah. But has this AI actually affected the real world in any way? I mean, so far it's been like art stuff, music, video,
Oh, it writes term papers for people.
Well,
In
come
college.
on. That's every college kid tries to cheat through. That's, I mean, but is it like in the integrated in the like grid, power grids or shit like that? Or is it just still too young for any of that?
The reality is that the technology is there to be used by whoever wants to use it to teach it how to do whatever they want it to do.
Okay, so it's too young still. All right.
So while now it's technically not taking jobs, at some point it will.
Yeah. I wasn't even concerned about jobs. Like, is there a way it could really affect people? You know, like, so
Well, it's not gonna be like Terminator.
No, I'm not saying that, but like, you could decide, yeah, I'm just shutting the power off today. I don't like people, you know, things like that. Yeah, that like is going to take over the world, but where it could really affect critical systems, whether knowingly or unknowingly.
Yeah, but like I said, it affects people, but not on the grand scheme of things that it's going to alarm the world.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, Girly Gamer just said, you know, in business they use Chat GPT to take minutes in a meeting. You don't need someone sitting there taking minutes.
Yeah, stuff like that. Okay.
You know, there's things that it's going to do. They're going to teach it to do things that you have people doing right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
and that's
part of the program. Yeah.
That's what we live in. It's going to do all these things that somebody does right now. And it's going to do it because we're going to teach it to do it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's the tool. We've gone through this before. You know, they had to teach the robots what to do. You know, I mean, although it's different, it's still the same.
Yeah, all of those robots in manufacturing.
Yeah.
We're all programmed to work a certain way. But this technology will if they program it, can add things that the thing about robots and I work for a company that we outsourced a whole big part of the thing to a company in India. And I saw it coming for years beforehand because they kept changing the way things were done, and the system would make it very simple for you to do your job. And the people who were doing that job kept saying how great it was that it makes their job so much simpler. And I said, don't say that.
Yeah.
Because what you've taken out is thinking. Mm-hmm. If the machine can do the thinking, you don't need people to think. So therefore, you can hire people who their only job is to press buttons. And it's not a thing, a racist thing or anything, but like you hire monkeys, people who press buttons. You press A, you press B, you press C. Oh, the light turns red, press enter. And that's what happens with everything is we think we're making our lives easier, and we're creating another hurdle for ourselves.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. No, I agree with Andy. Going back to the trains, when I first started there, we'd go out into the yard and do whatever. But the yard, I'm sorry, the yard master would write out on a piece of paper, the sheet, you know, what general problem was. Then they came up with this VMIS thing, which is supposed to integrate the parts system with the actual, you know, repair and all that. And it basically just came to something to track us with. But I had 7 more steps to actually get a part with this technology than I did by just going to a guy and say, here's what I need. Yeah, you know, and eventually what it did is they finally got it straightened out and eliminate the people in between to where there was nobody in the parts store anymore. You
Right,
wanna-
but the other thing with that, Barry, is it may have made your job a couple extra steps, but you eliminated the person who has to go and say, okay, we just gave Barry this part. Let me take it off the list of inventory we have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the beginning, it was a bunch, but eventually they streamlined it to
Right.
where,
But all of that stuff is to eliminate people.
yeah,
I mean, this is a weird
Mhm.
a weird bunny hole we were climbing down. I don't know, man. I mean, it's just where we started talking about AI and what have you, but I mean, it's 10 years from now, we won't even like, in my opinion, 10 years from now, most of the art is going to be created by AI in most games, and they're just going to be the artists are going to be able to take the basis of the AI stuff that's going to be made by board game companies and other things as well, and they're just going to take that and they're going to adjust it slightly to make it be X, Y, or Z, and that's where they're gonna, and it's I don't know. I mean, it's so tough to like determine exactly what. I mean, the whole thing sucks, right? I mean, it's just because there's so much. I don't know what the word I'm looking for here. There's so much. It's a sticky wicket, I guess. Is that a good way to put it? I don't know if that's a good way to put it or not. I mean,
That's the old person phrase.
Yeah.
Because it is. It's an extremely sticky wicket. I mean, it's one of those things where you're just kind of like, you're just kind of like, I mean, well, why don't you have a problem with this? And I'm like, well, I probably should have a problem with that, and I don't know why I don't have a problem with that. I never even thought about that. That's the thing. Well,
Yeah.
for me,
Well,
it's like I never even considered that.
You said something that I don't tend to be on social media. Like, I go on to create ads. It's something that as a sole publisher, sole proprietor of a publishing company, it's not my main source of income, right? I do it.
Mhm.
My goal is to make money or at least break even. I really enjoy being in the industry, but I appreciate that it is something that I'm not good at. And I just, I don't do myself any favors by staying off of it when it comes to business. But when it comes to mental health, I feel like it does me immense favors. And that's where I think, Lance, what you're describing, if we choose, I think we can absolutely seek out things that bother us.
Yeah.
We absolutely do that. And I think in the act of doing that, we can make our lives miserable. Whereas if it is a balancing act, because I appreciate that if you turn a blind eye to things, that also can create problems. But the way I choose to operate as a person is like, well, there are things I can control. I can control how I interact with other people. I can choose to be pleasant as things get started, and then hopefully they continue to progress that way, or choose to perform an act of kindness or whatever. And I think that, one of the reasons why I've navigated away from social media side of things, and even like the clickbait stuff on the web is kind of irritating. It's like, such and such shocked at whatever, or you wouldn't believe, and it's all this kind of sensationalism and talking about things that are like to evoke. It seems like a lot of the stuff is designed to evoke a negative reaction.
Yeah. And
so to me, it's like, well, I don't need that, right? I would rather focus on things that I just, that I can control. And I, like I said, I realize there's a balancing act, because if you're like, well, yeah, I don't pay any attention to what's going on in the world or what in my city or in my neighborhood or whatever, then you're kind of maybe walling yourself off too much. So I appreciate there's always going to be things in moderation, but I as an observer, I feel like so much of the consumable media seems to like pander to this, race to the bottom and the sensationalism and the negative stuff. And I feel like we see it filter through discussion and nuance and civil disagreement and things like that just seem to like be the exception, not the norm anymore. And that's
Right.
disappointing, because I think it's not productive to be that way. And so the idea about AI and such, like, yeah, I certainly have my opinion, and it is biased because I have a lot of friends who are artists and I appreciate original art. But as was mentioned, I think like what you were describing with like, well, yeah, if I've got 600 pieces to do and I'm the one doing it, and it's like, well, do you really think that I'm going to do all 600 or pay, if it's $100 a piece and there's 600 of them?
Right. Because the point is,
like, really?
If you're doing 600 cards, you're picking a card game, 600 original pieces of art. Keith, you know what that would cost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you take that game and say it costs this much? Okay, here's my card game. It's 600 cards and a board, $100 MSRP. People are going to laugh at you.
Yes. Yes. And it's something where, in the again, kind of like talking about what the nature of the product. If you know that you're selling 10,000 of them, then you can start to be like, okay, well, then if I can amortize that cost, there's this, that, and that, and the other thing. But the thing is like nobody knows that anymore, right? I mean, I get it, right? If you have a major license, but like in 99% of the circumstances, you don't. And so, and that's something philosophically that I think a lot of smaller publishers make that mistake, right? There is pressure in the industry. And I think it's something that, because there's so many products that come out, and people do realize that because there's so many products, you see some things that are a little bit more niche, and games that are selling 3,000 and 5,000, those Kickstarters that happen, or even once they go into the market and sell that much, that's the exception, not the norm, right? Those are serious successes. And so I think that the consumers who enjoy games and back them regularly begin to connect the dots, right? And realize it's like, well, yeah, the game, when I first started the industry, we're talking 20 years ago, and I started with the first iteration of Eagle Games, like when we did Conquest of the Empire, which was the reprint of the Larry Harris game with Martin Wallace's Struggle of Empires rules. It came with 2 rules. We did 10,000 of that game and with foreign language partners, and the first 10,000 were sold out immediately. The distributors, it was Alliance, ACD, Blackfire was still around. Like, they bought that many, like, that fast. We were already doing another 10,000. Railroad Tycoon, now I appreciate, right? A major license. That one was the same thing, might have been 20,000. In this day and age, distributors can't function that way because of the volume of product that comes out. And so they're not going to be buying like that. They buy either small amounts or they floor them or whatever. And so when they floor, then the publisher is the one that's doing the carrying cost, right? They're owning the inventory. And so it's a challenging piece. And if you try to get to a critical mass to drop a price, I've seen people, you get this wrong and you go out of business fast, right? Because it's like, oh, at 60, the market is, 1,000 buyers, but if we get it down to 40, we'll go to 7 to 10,000. And then so let's do that. It's like, okay, so how much working capital did you tie up? And, the classic, if we build it, they will come. Like, well, be careful about that. Right.
Yeah.
So it's tough. And so I think I very much appreciate your point is like, I think at some point in time, my thinking is, I think with transparency, because I feel like I'm literally changing my belief as we've talked about it this evening, because when we acknowledge the disclosure on Kickstarter for the Dark Domains campaign, I was talking to one of the Lab H team. They're the design team of the game. And one of the guys was like, well, how do you feel about it? It's our conversation. And I was just like, well, of course I think people are not going to be fond of it. I feel like, they're going to prefer artists to do it or whatnot. And his opinion was more of like, we'll see, right? A couple years from now, it might be the other way. I don't know that it will be, quote, the other way, but I very much appreciate what you all are describing is that it will interweave and it's just, it'll have context, right? I think as long as people are transparent, there's going to be a group that will choose to be offended because that is a slice of the population. That's the other thing I feel like I see on social media, that there are a lot of people who choose to be offended. And it's like, how about you just go on with your life and just like it's almost like it's their form of entertainment. And I look at that like, okay, to each their own, right? I try not to get pulled into that, but it's, when
okay. So you said something there, they choose to be offended. And I don't think it's like a conscious choice anymore for a lot of people. It's just that, there are enough people in this world that I really care about and I really love who will like show me something like, well, isn't this annoying? And I'm just kind of like, like, and I've learned, that like, that's like the worst response you can do. Like, and it's just, it's one of those things where you have to like commiserate a little bit, even if I'm like just sitting there like, oh my gosh, did you hear like this most recent thing about this idiot woman who was, excuse the language, was jerking off a guy at a musical or whatever because she's like a political person. I should know more about, but who goes out in grandstands about family values and everything like that. And then of course turns out that she's just like the rest of us and likes to get drunk and mess around with the person that they're with or whatever in a public place because, everybody's had too much to drink or done too much drugs or at some point in their life and done something in public that they wish that nobody would ever remember. And it's great. It's great that like, she was hypocritical and it sounds like, like how is it that like, and people just should hold her to the flame and just say, look, you're a fucking hypocrite. Oh my gosh, a politician that's hypocritical. Geez, this must have just started yesterday. And it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, but what I don't understand is why it's just like everybody's got to get their kick in. Everybody's got to run over to the body and get their kick in. Everybody's got to like post something about it or make a video about it.
You're validating my point. They're choosing to be offended. It's like we're all human.
Well, because they want to get that dopamine, right? It isn't because like, oh, they want to do it. It's like they know by posting it and saying, oh, look at this dumb bee of a woman who was saying all this stuff and look at her being stupid in this musical or whatever. It's like it feels good to say something about it, to post a joke about it, to post a video about it, and then have other people come in and say the exact same things and say, yeah, that dumb bee, I hate her. And then you all feel good. But all feel good then.
But then when somebody on the other side does something, it's like but what about so-and-so? But what about someone like I used to say on this show a lot, and Lance remembers, like the whole thing going on with Trump and everything. all the stupid things he was doing.
Yeah.
And people would have to say things like, well, he's got tiny hands. Like, my line always was, you have enough ammunition. Why are you trying to load a knife in the barrel?
Yeah.
Like, you have enough things to talk about. Being petty about things with the size of his hands and whatever, that's
Right.
childish.
Right. I think what Keith was trying to get at, and correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, is people go back to this continues. They're offended constantly. They choose to plug into that feed to constantly be offended.
Yes. No, that's it. That's it. And that's where I feel like Lance was in fact describing that. And I think we're all kind of touching upon it, right? Where it's like, I guess my thinking is like, it is almost like a feed or a dopamine or some kind of a drum. And the other thing too, and you touched upon it, Lance, and kind of said it without using this phrase, but to me, it's like an echo chamber. And that to me is a situation where I feel like it's one of those things where what I like to hold myself to is that and I realize I fall short of this, but like what my intent is like, well, look, talk to people who don't think the same way I do, right? Learn new things, learn new perspectives. I teach the admissions test for business school, and I went to grad school here in Chicago, and one of the things I remember that I got to see directly and reinforce something that I subscribed to. When I was in grad school, both India and Pakistan, I think that happened in rapid succession. Each country tested nuclear weapons. It was literally like one and then another.
Right.
And tensions were high.
Yeah.
At school, both nationalities were rather well represented. Arguably, not surprisingly, when you think about the geographic location and the heritage of the people involved, many of those students were friends with each other. And it was something where the grandstanding or the circumstance, I won't call it grandstand, the circumstance of the friction with the governments were in no way, at least me as an observer of friends of mine, right? You need to call, didn't pass down to that. And I feel like it was one of those things that this idea, to me, it's like when we get to the interaction among people, the different identities, be it a nationality or beliefs or whatever, I feel like those then start to become separated, right? Like it was Ram Dass, right? We're all walking each other home. That's one of my favorite phrases, sayings of his. And that to me is like when you get to know someone, then that to me is you start to like cut through a lot of this. And that's where these things that I see on social media, it's like you've got these groups that get into these, like I said, these echo chambers, and it's like they stop talking to each other, and it's like it's unfortunate. I don't know where it goes, but
the other thing you have is when somebody does something, okay, the immediate response of the people who are on that side of that person is to point out someone on the other side who did something wrong. As if, oh, well, that was bad. Like, you know what? You're both wrong. You should go to jail. You should go to jail. You should go to jail. Like anyone who breaks the law should go to jail. Whether you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're a man, you're a woman, you're white, you're black. But if you do something, it's not but what about this person? No. What about you? Right. And if that person did something wrong, well, that person should suffer the consequences also. Right. That's what we've come to. It's someone brings up Trump, and a Trump person has to bring up Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Someone brings up Hillary Clinton, someone's got to bring up this. Someone brings up this, someone's got to bring up that. No. Like, if somebody killed somebody, you can't go, but what about that guy? He killed someone too. Yeah, put them in a cell together.
Right. Right. Absolutely. No, and what you're describing to me echoes of like stuff that happens in second and third grade.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
You perform an action that got you in trouble with the teacher, or you're about ready to be in the line of fire of the teacher. And you're like, well, they did something too. It's like, you're right. It's like, well, that doesn't minimize the fact that you did something that you need to account for. Right. Yeah. It's deflection, right? It's always like, well, what about, it's like, just, and that's right. That's the compounding effect. You're like, well, just because somebody else is behaving poorly doesn't mean that's the new standard.
Right. But the thing is, we live in a world where we all sit there and you cannot judge people based on the acts of some people. When we were young, you'd sit there and you'd see on the news this particular group of people was always in the news for doing bad stuff.
Right.
And that's what causes bigotry and racism and all those other things. Okay. But we live in a society where we fight against that. And at the same time, the people who are the most vocal fighting against it group people together.
Yeah.
They do it all the time.
That's true.
Yeah, it's identity politics, right? That's what you're describing.
I was raised Catholic. I am not Catholic. Okay.
You too?
I do believe that there's a higher being, whatever. Okay. But I always joke around with people that Christians are the only religion you can make fun of, and no one has a problem with it. No one has a problem putting down Christians.
Yeah.
Because we cover a vast majority of different ideologies within the same window.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're all lumped together as one. Okay. But you can't say things about people who are Jewish or people who are Muslim, because then you're anti-Semitic and you're xenophobe and you're all these things. But we're easy to pick on.
Yep. Yeah.
And nobody has a problem with it. And I'm not saying nobody. I'm sure Christians do. But like, I'm not Jewish. But if I see someone being anti-Semitic, I have a problem with that. I will say something. Okay. But people don't seem to sit there and go, "Oh, why are you saying that about them?" Unless you are one, that and you'll defend it.
It's an interesting dynamic, right? Because I think in this country, right, the powers that be for a long time, maybe still so. Like, I'm not trying to make a judgment on the current things, but certainly the founding fathers and the heritage of the country.
You're close.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Right, has the Christian faith is kind of a cornerstone of that. So I think what you're describing in some ways is a byproduct of, like, it's one of those things where I think the WASP category, which I fall into, although my background, that's my background, but I don't subscribe to a particular faith.
Right.
I think it's if a particular group has been in power, for lack of a better word, or certainly extremely influential, it's a target that's more comfortable, right? Whereas others, and I think it's something where one of the things that I think see happen a lot. I like comedians extensively, but I'm a really big fan of Dave Chappelle, and I can't remember which Netflix special it was, but it was one where he was talking about somebody who actually I feel like it was a person who transitioned to a he. I'm not remembering, but that person is no longer alive. But basically, he had some jokes in the show about someone who was transgender, but it was a friend of his. And if you watch the show, it in context, it was like they were funny, and it was one of those things where just kind of listening to him was like, he's not like like being derogatory. It's not like a low punching down kind of thing, right? But people chose to be offended by it. But to me, it was one of those things where it's like, if you were offended by this, you didn't watch it, right? That's the thing. Like uninformed outrage is like, what? Really? Like, what? Oh, I heard this person told a joke about this group of people, so I'm offended by that. It's like, well, do you have context? And I think, in many cases, it's like somebody posts and reacts to it, but doesn't know the context. It's like, well, then
context does matter a great deal.
Yeah.
But I will say that I think, again, I don't think it's somebody choosing to be angry about it. It's just, it is just like everything else that we do that gives us happiness, right? I mean, it gives us, so if you can get in your echo chamber and you can all hate on something together, it's a bunch of people patting each other on the back, and this sounds derogatory. I'm not trying to make it sound derogatory. It's like it's a bunch of people patting each other on the back and telling each other what they think is awesome. And there is something incredibly addictive about that. And we all do that in some way, shape, or form. It might be that we maybe have a smaller group. It might be like it's the same 7 guys drinking coffee at the donut shop, every morning at 9 a.m. Sitting around talking about how the government's taking all their money and then makes them all feel good. The difference is it's online, and it's so much easier to find a group of 7 to 10 people that will just tell you, haha, that's hilarious, keep it up. And then that makes you feel good about it. It makes people feel good to watch a TikTok video that perfectly encapsulates the way they feel about something. It doesn't have to be political. It doesn't have to be whatever. It could just be about, hey, look at these cool homemade drapes I made. And then to see that TikTok video has 7 million views, you can say 7 million other people think that these drapes are cool, and that makes me feel like my liking those drapes is correct and right and good. And it's like, and so that's the world we live in now. But
we also live in the same world where if you believe the same thing as them, but you don't get up on a pedestal to shout it out, you're wrong.
No, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's true.
It is, Lance.
No, it isn't. Why? Because you don't say it out loud.
Okay, so let's go back to the conversation we started this whole thing on, the AI thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Are people not calling out other people, saying, "What's your stance on this?"
Well, I mean, okay, so I see what you're saying, and let me try to respond to it. So this goes back to the whole, if you're not with us, you're against us, which is an extremist opinion to have that rarely comes to light, because it just doesn't, right? I mean, it's one of those things where if you don't, because most people will push back on that. And they'll say, whoa. I don't have to get up on a pedestal and scream this at the top of my lungs or whatever, and call for, everybody's head that, like, I need to know where you stand on this right now. And if, because that, we just don't do that because there's enough pushback. I mean, yeah, sure, that might be said a lot. And so I think, in my opinion, where you're coming from on that is like, that is an extremist part of it. And most people don't. And this is, and we've said this millions of times before too. There are people on one side, whatever the issue is, there are people on one side and there are people on the other, and those are the minorities, and everybody else is somewhere in the middle. And most of the people that are in the middle don't say anything, and they might look at what the people on their side, and they might nod and say, okay, yeah, that's what I feel. But also they're like, I don't want to say those things, because the moment I say those things, that opens me up to somebody else coming in and saying, oh, that's what you think. Well, I'm not going to be your friend anymore. I'm not going to hang out with you anymore. I'm going to block you on all my social media now. I mean, there's tons of stuff that I have opinions on that, like, I just say, it's just better if I don't say anything. And I share those opinions with my wife and maybe my family. And I just, and it's like, and that doesn't mean I'm like some weird secret racist or something. I'm not that way. It's just not, I got enough problems. Like raising my kids and pushing cardboard and making sure, and making my wife happy, just to, and taking care of myself. And, I got 2 aging parents that I'm going to be looking after pretty soon. And, I got enough shit to deal with, that I can't solve the AI problem. I can't. I don't know what the answer is. I'm sorry that you went to art school for 4 years and you have $80,000 of debt and you're wondering how you're ever going to repay it. And that sucks. I don't have an answer for you. I can't go out and, wave a magic wand and make all the AI art go away. I mean, you can't put the old saying, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. So, pivot, figure out a way to incorporate AI art into your repertoire, like offer that as an option. I will take AI art and you tell board game publishers, it's like, I can totally, and whoever else you say you are to, you say, I can make something from scratch and make it exactly how you want. And I'll work with you to make it awesome. And also, if you have AI art that is like, 50 to 75% there, and you need somebody to take it the rest of the way, that's something I can do for you as well. And you make it part of what you offer. And yeah, is it easy for me to sit here and say that out loud? Sure it is. It absolutely is. I don't have to do it. But I don't know what else to say, because it's here to stay. And when you've got a Kickstarter that has 10,000 backers and 1.3 or $4 million that it made, obviously the people buying the board games don't give a shit about whether or not somebody used AI art for that game. The mob has spoken. They don't care. They want as long as the game is popular and it's awesome and they want more Terraforming Mars, they're going to give the artists the big giant double middle finger, and they're going to move on because they don't care. Just like they don't care that some guy is being paid $0.25 an hour to make their t-shirt in Indonesia. They don't care because they want their t-shirt cheap, just for the same reason why they want gas prices low. It doesn't matter that, like, women in Middle Eastern countries are treated as second-rate citizens and are subjected to horrible cruelties every single day of every single year. I want my gas underneath $3 a gallon because that's what I want, because they don't care. When push comes to shove, people don't care. And it isn't because they're insensitive. It isn't because they don't love people. It isn't because they don't care. They probably want all those people to be happy and awesome and have wonderful lives. But the thing is that life is fucking tough. It is every day is a goddamn struggle. You get up, you try to take care of your shit, and you try to go to bed a better person than you were the day that you got up. And some days you win and some days you lose, and a lot of the days you just break even. And you try to make it, and honestly, you try to break even more often than not. You just try to make sure you get through the day. And then after your time is up, like, hopefully, like somebody said to me once, it's like be such an awesome person that your kids say nice things about you when you're not around. And somebody said that, and I was like, that's totally it. Do you think I like being the DM for my son's D&D group? No, those 5 fucking kids drive me goddamn crazy in 4 hours. I'm like, just shut up, sit down, stop doing that. Just like, but you know what? When I'm dead and I'm dust, my son is probably going to look back at like every other Friday night when he has all his friends over, just sucking down soda and killing dragons. And he's going to remember, yeah, my dad did that every single time. And when he has kids of his own, if he ever does, he'll like see, like, he's like, how did he manage to not like lose his mind, doing this? And it's just like, but I do, I'm like, I do lose my mind. I send him outside. Okay, 10-minute break. Everybody outside. Just, Daddy needs some cough medicine. But no, I mean, it's one of those things where it's I kind of went off on a rant there, but I mean, it's we can all, clutch our pearls over our things that annoy us and bother us, but ultimately we're all just we don't have the financial, like, we don't have fuck you money, for lack of a better term. You don't have so much money that you can just say, fuck you, I'm not going to do it that way. Because very few people do. Very few people in this world have fuck you money. I remember we got, like, when we were coming back after a fishing trip in Canada, we got stopped at the border, and we had all of our, like, they basically took everything out of our vans, like two groups of us, and went through everything that we had. And it was like, it was obvious. And after wasting 4 hours of our time, they said, okay, you can go. They never told us why they did it. Never told us why. They didn't have any reason to suspect us or whatever. They just decided that it was our lucky number. There was probably some training exercise, like, let's pull these guys and see what it did. So, we had to spend 4 hours sitting around waiting for them to go through all of our stuff. And my brother, at that point, I remember my older brother said, I just wish I had fuck you money. And I was like, I was too young to understand what he said. I wish I just had fuck you money so I could just tell these guys what a piece of shit they are to their face, how much bullshit this is. And, so I can just, so you know what? I fine, arrest me, take me away. I'll it's like, I don't care, because I got fuck you money. I don't have anywhere to be. I don't have anywhere to go. And I will pay a way too expensive lawyer, and I will make your lives miserable. I will just do whatever I can to make your life miserable for, like, wasting my time for 4 hours. Never understood that. But you get to that point where you just, like, it's like, oh, I have FU money, so, like, I won't buy a $9 t-shirt. I will find a US based company. I will research it to make sure that they treat their employees well and give them health benefits and everything like that. And I will pay $78 for my white t-shirt, because I want to have a premium product and I want to feel good about buying it. But most of us aren't in that world. We just aren't. We just can't. We have to make do with what we do, because we are I'm all over the place. But we live in a fucking capitalist society that rewards money, and that's where we live. Where, like, if you make enough money, the society rewards you. And it's like, and we have idiots. We have idiots and a-holes that have billions of dollars, more money than they'll ever know what to do with in their entire lives, and they just sit on this money. And it's just like, a good friend of mine, I won't mention their name, has said, like, the moment you hit $1 billion, it's like all of America should show up at your door, hand you a plaque that says, congratulations, you won, you got $1 million, and then we'll have a party for you, and then we'll walk you to the guillotine. And now you're done. We're gonna take all your money and we're gonna distribute it to, like, everybody who has, like, had to, like, kill a rat to eat in the last day or two. And it's just we live in such a fucked up world. But the thing is that they keep us all complacent by giving us cheap widescreen TVs and every single movie you could ever think to watch at the low price of $9 a month. And we just can't believe how good we got it. When in reality, we're just getting ground into the dirt by the real people, the owners of the world, that just sit on these giant piles of cash. And the fact that not enough of us are so angry that we don't just actually do something about it just drives me crazy.
It's the everyday, let's complain about how much money Jeff Bezos has. And oh, by the way, I got 6 Amazon packages today.
Yeah, exactly. But we won't. I know I've said this before, but one of my favorite chapters in World War Z is they talk about all the billionaires who make this fortress. They make this giant fortress, and they're talking about how, and they had all the food. They had like hired security guards. They had snipers. They had all these people, and they basically were like, "We're gonna be fine." They had come together at some point in secret to basically make this like doomsday bunker. They didn't know the zombie virus was coming, but they just knew something bad might happen, and they all went there, and they got in their little fortress, and they were just gonna wait it out. And then all of a sudden they said, like, one night there was that, because the book is told in vignettes from people relating stories, and there was like the security guard, there was like, that worked there, and he said one night we were sitting there, and all of a sudden late at night all the motion detectors go off, and we're like, oh, and everybody's like, the zombies are coming. And then they were like, we realized, no, they were moving way too fast to be zombies. And all of a sudden, like, one of the walls exploded, and then they realized that it wasn't zombies, it was humans. It was people that basically were staring at this fortress that had all the food, had all the protection, everything, and it was being held by 100 people that had just created this thing, and they were just protecting themselves. And they came in there and they killed everybody. And they just, because they were like, and I'm not saying that we should kill all these people. I'm not saying it at all. I'm not being that. What I'm saying is that was a great metaphor for this situation that we're in, where it's just, and the thing is that, capitalism, much like pure socialism or whatever, like all of these like ideas of how society is supposed to work, they, at their core, they're a really, really good idea. But the problem is that
practice.
It's the people behind it aren't at their core. We are all just selfish little bugs. Just like we want the big slice of pizza. We want, it's like, we just, it's when push comes to shove and you get close enough to the wall, and you start like saying to people like, oh, it's just like, it's like, what would it take? I mean, it's like, oh yeah, we're always talking about, oh, I would give you the shirt off my back, or I do this, I do that. And the thing is that we will, to a certain point. But once we, and everybody has that wall, everybody has that breaking point where we say we can't do that anymore, and we become, as I said, we're selfish by design, and we live in a world where it's like we don't, people. I know when Forrest is on here, I give him shit a lot about a lot of, well, because he's a nutball. But I mean, but the thing is that he like universal basic income as an idea is great, and I think it's something that like the world should be steering in that direction. It is a form of socialism and everything. The problem with the idea of any socialist aspect or whatever is that, one, okay, we have too many people that are too snarky about it. Like, people will say, oh, I hate socialism. And then you have somebody, oh, really? Do you like the streets you drive on? Those are paid for. Shut up. Just like, just like, no, that isn't what they're talking about. They're talking about the idea that, like, oh, you don't have to work. I have to work my ass off to basically pay for your house where you live. That's what they're talking about. And we have to break people of that mentality. And the thing is that you can't, but you can't actually break society and introduce something like, okay, at this point, universal basic income, everybody's gonna, everybody at minimum is gonna, once you're 18 years old, you're gonna get $25,000 a year. If you want to work and make more, go ahead. The problem is you can't do that. It's like Biden tried to do it when he tried to forgive the student loan stuff, right? He tried to step in and say, look, we're gonna find all these people. Why? Because we're selfish motherfuckers. And the thing is that all these people are like, well, whoa. I had to pay mine back. Why do you get yours paid for? Because you can't, because they're like, I think it's bullshit that should happen, and I'm like, why? When I was a sophomore in college, the college I went to was a religious, like it was a Lutheran college. And one of the things they do, and I drove by, it's near my house still. And I drove by and at the beginning of the school year, and I saw they still do it. I'm sure they have rules that say you don't have to do it. If you want to do it, you can. But freshmen, they're given a beanie that has a yellow beanie that has the Concordia College Cobbers. It has the yellow beanie with the C on it. And you're just expected to wear it. Now, when I went there, I was like one of the 3 people that listened to heavy metal that went to the school, and I wore black every day and my Judas Priest t-shirts and things like that, and I just didn't wear it. I mean, and the thing is that they're really small, and I got a big head and I had tons of hair, and I was just like, yeah, it doesn't fit. And I had a few idiots, this is 1991. I had a few idiots like, where's your beanie, Frosh? And I'm like, fuck you, just like I don't have it, just like, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to wear it, buddy, just, blow it out your ass. And, they're not going to beat you up or anything about it. But it was always one of those things where it was like, you were supposed to wear it. Right. And I remember, like I was in my sophomore year, I was in a class, and then there was this, this girl came in, and I don't know what, it was like, and she was wearing a beanie. But it was like, if you were a transfer student, it was a maroon beanie with a yellow C instead of, anyway, so she had this maroon beanie on because she was a transfer student. And the professor came in or whatever, and he starts the class, and he's like, oh, hey, take that stupid thing off, he said to her. And she's like, oh, I thought I had to wear it. He's like, no, take that stupid thing off. And she took it off. And this guy, I don't know who it was, just sitting a couple of seats away from me, he said, hey, we all had to wear our beanies. Why doesn't she have to wear hers? And he goes, and he's like, so you wore your beanie for 2 weeks? He's like, yeah. Why? And he's like, because they told us we had to. I was like, so because you were stupid, she has to be too? And it was like, and everybody laughed, and he was all butthurt about it and whatever. And he's like, that wasn't cool. You shouldn't say something with that. And like, but I remember saying, it's just like, that was like one of those things where I had that eye-opening moment. It's just like, just because somebody else did something that was stupid, it doesn't mean that everybody else has to do it, just so you don't have to feel bad about it. And so I just like, yeah, since I was 18, I've had a job. I mean, actually, no, since I was 16, I've had a job. I've never not had a job since I was 16 years old. And it's one of those things where it's like, if somebody, when I'm like 70 years old and somebody says, hey, but they finally passed it, universal basic income, everybody gets 30 grand a year, or something like that, or whatever, that would probably be 5 cents at that point with inflation or whatever. But if it's, I hope I hope I'm still alive. 2, I hope that I'm like the first person that says, thank God, because, working my whole life sucked. And I'm so glad that my grandchildren aren't going to have to do it. And they're going to be able to just do what they want with their lives instead of what they have to do. And the thing is that everybody's always like, oh, well, who's going to farm? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? People are still going to do it because people are still going to want money. People are going to be like, oh, cool. My fucking mortgage is paid, or like my grocery bill is paid. I don't have to do this, but I can still do this. And now I can make money being a farmer, or I can make money being an author, or I can make money, making clothes or doing whatever it is that you want to do. And that just gets added to the top of it. And I don't know. I went off on a way more of a rant than I wanted to do, but I'm so people always ask me, it's like my friends, my friends always still go to the bar and watch football and get trashed. And they're always like, hey, come on out, we're watching football. And I'm like, I know. And then one of them said, why don't you ever want to come on anymore? Because I was like, I don't know, because I hear about you guys talking about drinking 10 beers and then going golfing and then doing this and doing that. And I'm like, wow, that's like, $300 down the tubes. And I admittedly, they probably have a great time or whatever. But I'm also like, my daughter is 16. In a couple of years, she's going to go away to college. My son's 11. Going to be 12 here in just a couple of weeks. I'm just like, I'm still pretty mobile and can move around. I mean, I'm definitely showing the mileage on my knees and my hips and stuff. But I mean, my wife and I can still get up and be active, or she's much younger than I am, so she's still very active. But I mean, I can still, I'm gonna spend that time with my family. I don't know. I don't know. Then I asked my wife, am I lame? And she's like, yeah, but whatever. I mean, it's just like, just like, I don't know. I just, as I've gotten older, somebody posted something and they said, what do you do to they said, somebody said, I need an honest answer here. What can I do to take care of my self-esteem? And I truthfully answered that guy. I said, just get older. I mean, it's like, because you'll reach a point in your life where you won't give a shit about what anybody else thinks anymore. You'll get to a point where it'll be somebody will say, wow, you suck. Yeah, whatever. Just like, yeah, I don't know. My life isn't dependent upon whether or not you think I'm cool. So, and which is the epitome of being cool, right? Like everybody always tried to do everything to be cool. I'm gonna get a motorcycle. I'm gonna be cool. I'm gonna skateboard. I'm gonna be cool. I'm gonna listen to this music. I'm gonna be cool. No, the epitome of being cool is doing whatever the hell you want and not giving a shit what anybody thinks, because that is cool. Really not giving a shit.
That's me.
Yes, it is, turd.
Lance, have I given a shit about people think about me since you've known me?
I mean, you've definitely, I in our phone conversations, I know the stuff that you won't say out loud just to prevent like having to deal with bullshit online. And once again, Anthony's not a secret racist or anything like that. He just, we all have strong feelings about certain things or people, and that can be actually minutiaed down. So no, but you are definitely somebody who will absolutely, and on here you've definitely, in the past, I remember when you started screaming at David Lowery that one night. And lost it on him all those years ago.
For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm the guy who got called a snowflake and a Nazi in the same conversation.
Yeah.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Because again, I am all for everyone having whatever you believe in, your beliefs, they're yours. And whether that's about religion or board games or politics, those are yours. You were entitled to them. Okay. I don't like stupidity. It's my biggest pet peeve in the world. I've even said it in job interviews when they say, what's your strong points? And they say, what's your weakness? And I say, I really dislike stupidity. And I usually get an uncomfortable laugh. And then I explain, like, stupidity to me is if you have the ability to get proper information and you ignore it, you're unknowledgeable. However, if I give you the information and say, here, look at this, and you choose to ignore it, you're stupid. So I was in a conversation on Facebook that I was just observing, and it just got ridiculous. There's both sides of this argument. People were making the most asinine statements in the world. So I was correcting their statements. Because again, your opinion is yours. I can't say your opinion is wrong. Your opinion is your opinion.
Right. You can
Your
definitely
facts,
say some opinions
Your
are wrong.
facts, though, are incorrect.
Yeah.
I quote Roger Ebert, who once said, somebody said, who gets to decide if a movie is good or bad? He said, I do. I know what movies are bad. And Transformers, the movie, is a bad movie.
It's like, Lance, what's my biggest pet peeve when people advertise their game? What's the one word I do not want to see you put on your game?
Oh, I don't even remember. There's lots of them. But
this game is fun.
This game is fun.
A fun new game. No, how do I know it's fun? It may be fun for you. Won't be fun for me necessarily. Fun is a judgmental thing.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, games are not. What's the word? I mean, I don't know. Games are like one of those things, fun or not, whatever. Blah. It just that. What I don't like is like is that like reviews. I'm gonna shit on what I do here, but I mean reviews are bullshit. I mean they really are. The only difference between somebody like saying it like to their group of friends at a table or somebody putting it on YouTube is the number of people it can reach. That's what it is. I mean, yes, there's a talent to being able to say what you want to say and not sound like a buffoon. I mean, I am blessed, I guess, with the ability of being able to articulate the way I feel in a humorous or interesting way. As Richard Ham once told me, you're a raconteur. I had to look it up. A masterful spinner of stories. That's I don't have to punch you in the mouth now. You weren't making fun of me. But no, it's I don't know. It's I mean, I don't know. I mean, other than that, it's just kind of like one of those things where it's why listen to somebody tell you that something is good or bad? I mean, because you don't know until you play it, right? But I mean, it's the way it works. Why do we watch anybody review anything? You know what I don't like? Like I saw this thing where it's like, oh, somebody's reviewing. I don't know how it popped in my feed. One of my all-time favorite like movies that not many people know about, like John Carpenter. Obviously, I'm a fan of his films. He definitely has some sucky ones, but I mean, to me, The Thing obviously is his masterpiece, and it is just a wonderful movie. I wish I lived in a world where nobody had seen The Thing or read Who Goes There or whatever, so I could take the premise of The Thing and turn it into a Call of Cthulhu scenario that you could play. It would be so wonderful to be able to play that as a group of people sitting at a table and just as like, okay, you're all Antarctic researchers. These are your jobs. You're the helicopter pilot. You're the biologist. You're the engineer. You're this. Whatever. And now, and then because you watch The Thing and it just starts out and then boom, right away from the beginning, like helicopter flies overhead. They're shooting at a dog. Shoot, blam, 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 trying to kill this dog. And like the thing is that like what do you do? Hey, you watch that entire movie. It is a fantastic Call of Cthulhu scenario, but of course everybody would know exactly how it ends. All right, everybody, let's get the blood out. Let's just test everybody's blood. We'll figure out who the thing is for sure. But anyway, but no, the second best John Carpenter movie that is a horror movie, not Big Trouble in Little China, because that is a fantastic movie and probably my number 2. But Prince of Darkness is such a fantastic, encapsulated, wonderful story with a great ending. And I was like,
is that the one at the end where the person gets
is reaching towards the mirror?
Yeah,
Yes.
I need to write that down. That movie, I watched it once. I want to say, how old am I? 15. I feel like it was literally 35 years ago, and for the life of me, I could never remember who directed it, what the name was, and as soon as you said Prince of Darkness, I was like, I wonder if this is the movie.
If you have Peacock streaming, you can watch it right now. You can watch it for free on Peacock if you're paying them $7 a month to stream their service.
I have no idea all the services. I'm embarrassed to say I can't remember who all I'm doing.
Well, you can sign up for the 7-week trial and cancel, and you can watch Prince of Darkness again. But no, it's so Prince of Darkness. The premise is it opens up with this priest who is dying.
I don't know if you could tell me the rest of the movie because I it's been so long. I'm gonna.
Well, no, I know the entire. I've watched it 100 times, but I mean, it opens up with the priest who has this he dies, and he's got this little tiny chest, and inside the chest is this key, and they call upon he had a meeting with the cardinal the next day, but he died in his sleep, and so they call upon this priest to find out what was going on with him, whatever, and then he tracks this guy down to this old, like seemingly abandoned church in the middle of nowhere in New York. And he has a key that opens that he goes inside, and he goes in the basement, and there's a door that the key unlocks. And in this could best be described as just some sort of ancient weird temple. There is this weird locked cylinder that has a swirling green liquid in it, and he has no idea what it is. And he's friends with I can't remember the actor's name, but he played Egg Chen in Big Trouble in Little China. He goes to him and says, I need you to figure out what this is. And so he is a professor at, like, I don't think they ever mentioned, but like NYU or whatever. And he has a bunch of graduate students that he brings in with him to basically study.
You can't tell me the whole story. I gotta go.
No, I'm not going to. They bring him in, and
he's just gonna tell you most of it.
And then and that's that's the premise of the movie, right? And it's just, and this would also be a wonderful Call of Cthulhu scenario as well, because Call of Cthulhu works best when everybody is trapped in a some place where they can't get out. Like like one of my friends, he would always run Shadowrun campaigns, and he would always be driven crazy because we'd go and we'd play Shadowrun, and then our characters would go. We talked to Mr. Johnson, who was the person who said, I need you to break into this corporation and steal these files for me. And then as soon as we leave, everybody would just be like, I'm going to take a suborbital flight to Tokyo to meet up with my Yakuza boss. And everybody just disperses like crazy. But in like a Call of Cthulhu scenario, it's just like you always try to keep people stuck in a shack on the side of a mountain, where if they leave, they get eaten by a polar bear, so they can't go anywhere, and then they have to stay there and slowly go insane or die. But yeah, that's the premise. But anyway, the whole point of this was I saw a YouTube video, because YouTube's everything's always listening. That stuff drives me crazy. Like I told my wife my eyes felt itchy, and the next day in my Facebook ads it said, need eye drops for itchy eyes. Like I literally the next day, I haven't seen an eye drop ad ever. But anyway, I sit there, and this guy was like, it's like reviewing old horror movies called classics, and I was like, cool, I'll watch a 20-minute video of this guy saying why he thinks Prince of Darkness is good. And it immediately starts, and the guy's using a wacky voice, and he lasted 30 seconds. And I was like, is he going to talk like this during the entire time? He's going to talk like this the entire time. It's just like, I skipped ahead to like 11 minutes in, and he was still talking in this wacky voice, talking about movies, and this is me talking about movies. You're done. I'm sure there's people that love that guy and that like love his stuff, but I mean,
Hey, Lance,
yeah.
I have to be leaving, but I won't hold that against you.
Oh, why? Somebody else held it against me?
Isn't that the line from Lost in Translation?
Oh,
Did he
no.
whisper?
No. So here, because
I have to be leaving, but I won't let that come between us.
All right, whisper to Scarlet. And then what did it say? But that isn't what he said. He like that was something else that like I think as it happens, isn't I can't remember, but it said something. There was something else that supposedly like somebody actually decrypted the audio down, and it wasn't that. That's just
the thing he whispers in her ear at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was something that was intentionally. So somebody actually, because they haven't talked about it, right? He never.
No, but I read somewhere somebody had like somehow distilled the audio down and was able to actually hear it or something. I don't know.
I don't know if I want to know what I like not know. I feel like
I know.
He should have won. I feel like he should have won an Academy Award for that, hands down. Like the person who won that year, I was like, are you kidding me with this? I also don't understand that movie got a rated R, and there was that one strip scene in there, and I was like, why did you even do that? Like that made no sense to like, because rated R changes the demographic in a way that I think that movie didn't need to go there, right? I mean, I get that it appeals to adults and whatnot, but it was so good. It's like didn't add value, in my opinion, to make it a rated R.
Yeah, no, good movie though. All right, well, let's just go to bed. It's 1:30. Spirited conversation as always.
11:30. It's 2:30.
Yeah, I know.
For me,
1:30. But no, I don't know. Get some sleep, everybody. Go back. Dark Domain. I don't say this lightly. It is. It's part of my games that I didn't cull because as far as worker placement goes, it's like one of my top 5 worker placement games. So go back it. You'll like it. It's fun. Plus, you get to be an evil person, which is always nice as well. So.
Thank you for the kind words, sir. Great to see you all and visit.
Yeah, I'll just keep sending you the links, buddy. Maybe you come in when you're able to.
I will. I enjoy the company.
All right. Good night, everybody.